Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, VIST AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with VIST AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to VIST AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, VIST AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI. Go ahead and tap in with my guys at VIST AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. Yo, and we are live. Yo, this is SET with SET Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we got Trump back in the UK. We're going to get into that, and then we're also going to get into some geopolitics as well, guys. Let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, and let's get right into it.
Well, free speech is very important. I don't know if you're referring to any place in particular. Perhaps they are, but
we've had free speech for a very, very long time here, so we're very proud about that.
Well, what's your advice on the small boats crisis in this country? How would you deal with it? What's your advice on dealing with the small boats crisis in this country?
What is it?
The small boats.
It's about the boats coming over the channel, so we're taking a lot of action to stop people coming over the channel who shouldn't be here, stopping them coming in the first place.
Well, look, immigration is a big factor, and I think, frankly,
and immigration in UK is absolute trash because they consider that legal immigration is they can just come through that canal, come on UK, and now boom, asylum seeker, you're all good, man. You're a legal immigrant.
If they're coming from other countries and you don't know who they are, and are they coming from prisons? We have them where they came in from prisons. We're moving them all out. We had a border last June, just recent, last month. We had 0 people come into the country, 0, other than coming through legal means. If you're stopping immigration and stopping the wrong people, I give my hats are off to you. You're doing not a good thing. You're doing a fantastic thing. So I know nothing about the boats, but if the boats are loaded up with bad people, and they usually are, because other countries don't send their best. They send people that they don't want, and they're not stupid people, and they send the people that they don't want. And I've heard that you've taken a much stronger stance on
Yeah, we've done a lot of work.
So guys, let's remember to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Stopping them coming. We just signed an agreement to return them, and we've returned 35,000, in fact, under the first year of this Labour government, of people who shouldn't be in this country. So we're very pleased that we're getting on with returning people who've got no right to be here.
Okay,
As somebody that loves this, I love this country. My mother was born in, as you know, born in Scotland.
Step in the right
and
direction.
It's an incredible place, a beautiful place. And if that be the case, I congratulate you. That's exactly because, Europe is a much different place than it was just 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And they've got to get their act together. If they don't, you're not going to have Europe anymore as you know it. And you can't do that. This is a magnificent part of the world, and you cannot ruin it. You cannot let people come in here illegally. And what happens is there'll be murderers, there'll be drug dealers, there'll be all sorts of things that other countries don't want. and they send them to you and they send them to us, and you've got to stop them. And I hear that you've taken a very strong stand on immigration, and taking a strong stand on immigration is imperative.
Mr. President, Prime Minister
No
Netanyahu
vetting
said there's
done.
no starvation in Gaza. Do you agree with that assessment?
I don't know. I mean, based on television, I would say not particularly, because those children look very hungry. But we're giving a lot of money and a lot of food, and other nations are now stepping up. I know that this nation is right.
It's
here.
a humanitarian crisis.
Right.
It's an absolute catastrophe.
You
And nobody wants to see that. And I think people in Britain are revolted at seeing what they're seeing on their screens. So we've got to get to that ceasefire. And thank you, Mr. President, for leading on that, and also to just get more and more aid in. Again, America's done a lot on this. A lot of countries have done a lot. We're now working with Jordan on getting direct aid drops in, but this is a desperate situation.
To be quite honest, I'm glad the UK is taking a step in the right direction. Like, yeah, their immigration policy was absolute trash. A legal immigrant was anybody who made it through that canal and landed on their soil. And it trust me, I mean, it did not lead to good things. And that's the problem. They don't have an illegal immigration problem. They have a legal immigration problem. Like, they need to fix their immigration policies. We just need to uphold ours. Different problems.
Mr. President, do you think Israel has done all it can do to avoid civilian casualties in Gaza?
Well, I think nobody's done anything great over there. The whole place is a mess. It'll get straightened out, but it's a mess. They have to get food and safety right now. And ultimately, look, Hamas did a horrible thing, and they paid a big price, but Hamas did a horrible thing. But I always said, when you get down to the last 20 or 10, get down to 20, we got a lot of hostages out. And you helped us, by the way.
Yeah.
But we got a lot of hostages out over the last 6 months that I've been in. I've been in office for 6 months now. And these hostages have been, many of them have come to the Oval Office and they've thanked me so profusely. I said, you don't have to thank me. I did what I have to do. But I always said, when you get down to the final 20, they won't release them because that's like their shield. Very unfair. And so something's going to have to be done. And they were really unwilling to talk. But I've said that. You'll get down to the final 10 or 20. It turns
Also, the first two-state solution that they offered Hamas, I guess, was completely unreasonable. But, they're framing it as, well, it's, they release the hostages, there's no more hostages left. And then what? I mean, here's the thing. If Hamas give up all their hostages, then what? I mean, Lord knows they ain't going to get no two-state solution.
out to be 20. I thought that would be the number. I said, they're not going to be dealing with us.
They're not even going to
And,
get a whistle.
many of the hostages are now dead. You know that. And parents come up to me. A woman came up to me 2 weeks ago. She just wants her son back. And I said, how's he doing? My son's dead, sir, but he's with them. And we want the body. She wanted the body of this young boy, of her young, beautiful son, just as much as if he were alive. It was just as important. There was no difference. And it's a tragic situation, frankly. But we got a lot out. And now possibly the fight will have to be a little bit different. But they have totally changed now. They don't want to give hostages. Very unfair. You have 20 living people. In this case, living. You have many dead people too that they want to get
a long time as well.
Yeah, they have 20 living people, and I told Israel, I told Bibi that you have to now maybe do it a different way.
Do you think a ceasefire is even possible, Mr. President?
Yeah, a ceasefire is possible, but you have to get it. You have to end it. You're talking about with Israel. You're talking about there, because we have many ceasefires going on. The whole world is. If I weren't around, you'd have right now 6 major wars going on. India would be fighting with.
And actually, Thailand and Cambodia just came to a ceasefire because of Trump. So once again, Trump over here waving the tariff hammer and getting countries to come to peace. I mean,
Pakistan. You see what we just did yesterday with 2 nations that we're trading with. And during the trade, I said, I'm not going to do any trade deal unless you guys settle your differences. And we got it settled in 24 hours. I mean, they just announced it was settled, which is a tremendous thing. But Serbia, Kosovo is another one. We have many hotspots that were at war. I think a very big one was India and Pakistan, because you're talking about 2 nuclear nations. That was a very big one. And we get help from the UK. The Prime Minister's helped. We have cases where we specifically need the help because somebody comes from here that you're aware of. And, you know, when you come from a country, you can do things. And I call up the prime minister, and all of a sudden he's able to do things. True also with other presidents and prime ministers. But we've done it. Nobody's ever done what we've done. We have 6 different major if you take a look at Rwanda and the Congo, Republic of the Congo, they've been fighting for 31 years, 8 million people dead. It was going on. Nobody could go to that part of it.
And Trump was able to resolve that with a peace deal, and he also snuck in a trade deal in there as well. Well, really a rare earth minerals deal within the peace deal with the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Africa, they were being killed. If to even walk there, you're being killed with machetes. And it was a violent situation. And I was able to, they liked Trump. They wanted to make a trade deal with Trump. They wanted us to take their rare earth. They want to give us their rare earth. And I got to know the leader of the Congo. I got to know both of them indirectly. And I called them. I said, let's end the war. I don't want anything until you end the war. And we ended the wars. You know, the foreign ministers came up 2 weeks ago, and the leaders are going to be coming very shortly to Washington, Rwanda and Congo. I mean, that's another one that we did. So we've done a lot. It's an honor to do it. It's not hard for me to do it. And I use, not in all cases, but I use a combination of knowing them a little bit, or in some cases, knowing them a lot. I know, you know, the leaders of Pakistan and India, I know them very well. And, you know, they're in the midst of a trade deal, and yet they're talking about nuclear weapons. I say, this is crazy. So I said, I'm not doing a trade deal with you guys. And they want the trade deal. They need it. I'm not doing a trade deal with you if you're going to have war. And that's a war that spreads to other countries. You'll get nuclear dust. We'll all get nuclear dust. When they start using nuclear weapons, that stuff blows all over the place and really bad things happen. So maybe we're being a little selfish when we want to save wars too. But we stopped a lot of wars, and it's a great honor to have done it. Thank you all very much. We're going to be talking inside very much about Gaza and the humanitarian aspects of Gaza.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and talk about a lot of topics. Gaza, the trade deals, you know, all the fear mongering that the left did, but, you know, Trump ended up just winning on. Yeah, a lot's going to be spoken on today. So let's go ahead and get right into it. Guys, let's remember to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way, but let's remember to double tap that screen. All right, let's go.
Would you like to share that?
Well, let me welcome you, Mr. President, to Scotland, and fantastic to be here at Turnberry with you. Thank you so much for showing us around and having this opportunity to sit in this fantastic ballroom, which is absolutely incredible, and to start talking about some of the issues that are most pressing in your country and my country. And in particular, we've had the opportunity to talk about the situation in Gaza and the intolerable situation, including images of starvation. And I think both of us know that we have to get to that ceasefire, and we have to increase humanitarian aid in. And thank you for what you've already been doing, are doing, and are committed to, because without you, this would not be capable of resolution. And I think that if we can work not just on...
And shout out Big Wave Dave for starting us off. He says, "Set, I don't care about any of this anymore." Well, shoot, man, I'm glad. My man said I'd have moved on to more peaceful things.
On the pressing issues of the ceasefire, but also on this issue of getting humanitarian aid in at volume, at speed. And then we've discussed a plan for what then happens afterwards. I think we can do our very best to alleviate what is an awful situation at the moment. So thank you very much for the discussion we've had so far and the discussion we're about to continue on that really important issue. But it's fantastic to be here. Thank you for your hospitality and to see this amazing golf course. I'll invite you to a football ground at some stage, and we can exchange sports.
It's been great being with you, and thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. And you've done a fantastic job with regard to the trade deal. You know, they wanted a trade deal here for years, many years, through many different terms of different people, and you got it done. So I want to congratulate you on that, and it's a great deal for both. It brings unity. We didn't need unity, but it brings us even closer together. I think it's good for both parties. We also discussed, obviously, Gaza. And I think before we get to phase two, which is, what's going to happen afterwards, we want to get the children fed. We made a contribution a week ago of $60 million, all going into food. We only hope the food goes to the people that need it, because so much, as you know, when you do something there, it gets taken by.
Now, the problem is reports from Palestine and, certain reporters is that, there's Israeli blockage. So there's a blockage of the trucks, the aid trucks that, we most likely paid for, and it's not getting into Gaza, which means that, the starvation still continues. So, hey, it is what it is.
The whole thing is terrible. It's been bad for many years, but it's great to hear you feel the same way that I do. We have to help on a humanitarian basis before we do anything. We have to get the kids fed. So we've been sending in a lot of food. A lot of the food that's been going there has been sent by the United States. I spoke yesterday with the president of the European Union, Ursula, who was terrific also on the subject, and she's going to play a big role also in helping us. So we have a good group of countries that are going to help with the humanitarian needs, which is food, sanitation, and some other things. It's very difficult to deal with Hamas. As I said, we got a tremendous amount of hostages out, but it would take place in drips and drabs. You'd get 10, you get 5, you get 2, you'd get 10, 12. We get 12 one time. Many of them would come to the White House, and they were so thankful.
Now, let's be real. He's not being transparent about this, the ceasefire deal or the deal with Hamas. The problem with Hamas is not about the hostages. It's about the two-state solution. The problem with Israel and, Gaza or the Palestinians is that when it comes to this two-state solution, it's always heavily favors Israel. That's the problem. It heavily favors Israel, and usually the land that they do get is it doesn't either have good farmland, and Israel has high surveillance of it, and it controls its infrastructure, or pretty much its utilities, the water, gas, electric, all that wild stuff. So yeah, they're trying to find a way out of that, and Israel and United States is not conceding on that. And then they're going to frame it as if it's the hostages.
But I always said when you get down to the final 10 or 20, you're not going to be able to make a deal with these people because they use them as a shield. And when they give them up, they no longer have a shield. And the people of Israel feel so strongly about the hostages. Some people would take a different view, but they feel so strongly about the hostages. So that's an ongoing process. Hamas has become very difficult to deal with in the last couple of days because they don't want to give up these last 20 because they think as long as we have them, they have protection. But I don't think it can work that way. So I'm speaking to Bibi Netanyahu, and we are coming up with various plans. We're going to say it's a very difficult situation. If they didn't have the hostages, things would go very quickly. But they do, and we know where they have them in some cases, and you don't want to go riding roughshod over that area because that means those hostages will be killed.
And shout out to my man Dave. He says, play the Larry video, please. And I'm like, all right, why not? Why not? If you can just donate $1 more to the cause. But shout out to my man Dave, man. Appreciate the support, brother. And shout out to the supporters. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, even a video suggestion, $2 and up, I'll be happy to read your comment out loud and engage with it. But a video suggestion is about $10 and up. All right, guys, let's get back to it.
Now, there are some people that would say, well, that's the price you pay, but we don't like to say that. We don't want to say that. And I don't think the people of Israel want to say that either, which is pretty amazing. A lot of people would say, just get it done and whatever it is. You could also say speed might be better for the hostages. You go through, with speed, you may have a better chance because they're in deep trouble. They're in deep trouble. You saw October 7th, and you saw what the damage and the horror that they committed. People can't forget that. They tend to forget it, but they can't forget that was one of the most evil things ever.
Nah, it's not about forgetting October 7th. It's just about the reaction here. It's like nobody's ever going to sit here and condemn or forget about October 7th. But trust me, we're not going to forget about the reaction to October 7th either. I mean, both will live in infamy at this point.
Ever seen. And you just cannot forget that. So we're very much involved. The prime minister's involved. I'm involved, and I think I can speak. We just signed a very big trade deal, the biggest of them all yesterday, right? And the European Union is very much involved in wanting to help with the Palestinians in terms of getting people fed. But the area of Gaza, another way of defining it is the area.
All right, guys. Now, shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. We're going to take a quick time, I guess, to troll the liberals in the chat. Shout out to the slap. This is what some of y'all need.
From the makers of one of the most successful dramas in recent history comes the follow-up series, The Slap, Part 2.
You know what? They'd already started repairs, so we couldn't even take it anywhere else.
That's shit the way they do that.
Tell me about it. 2.5 grand later, and then... Hey, what's going on?
It's mine, Daddy. Noah keeps taking away from me.
Noah, give it back.
No.
Noah, give it back.
No.
I said give it back now. Noah!
Oh, shit.
Larry, what the hell are you doing?
Larry!
Larry, you can't just... Oh,
Larry! Oh, are you all right? How did...
Larry!
Oh, shit!
Righto, what's going on here?
Oh, sir, I'm arrested. Oh!
Bruh.
Oh.
The Slap, Part 2, coming soon to Fox. Ow!
And shout out Big Wave Dave for that one. All right, guys, let's get right back to it.
Area of Gaza. It's a very troubled place, and it has been for many, many years. It has been for many decades. So it's not like this just happened. This has been going on for a long period of time. So that's it. Our hearts are in the right place. We have some good news because the recent war that you just saw, they just announced, I see, the newest of the 5. Now this would be 6 that we've stopped. I've stopped 6 wars in the last. I'm averaging about a war a month, but the last 3 were very close together. India and Pakistan and a lot of them. Congo was just, and Rwanda was just done. But you probably know, I won't go into it very much because I don't know the final numbers yet. I don't know. Numerous people were killed, and I was dealing with 2 countries that we get along with very well, very different countries from certain standpoints. They've been fighting for 500 years.
Like them, can y'all find it in your heart to just give it up to Trump for all these peace deals? Like, come on, all the ceasefires my man done like stopped at this point. I mean, well, he done started at this point. Let's be real. Like what? Pakistan and India, Rwanda and the Congo, and then he went ahead and stopped Thailand and Cambodia. I mean, let's be real. Can we just go ahead and give it up for him just one time, and then you can go back to hating him?
Years intermittently. And we solved that war. You probably saw it just came out over the wire. So we solved it through trade. I said, I don't want to trade with anybody that's killing each other. So we just got that one solved. And I'm going to call the 2 prime ministers who I got along with very, very well and speak to them right after this meeting and congratulate them. But it was an honor to be involved. And that was going to be a very nasty war. Those wars have been very, very nasty. So we've done a lot of good work. We've had great support from the prime minister. Anytime we needed help, anytime we needed any form of support, you've been there. We appreciate it very much. And we're going to continue onward. We do have to take care of the humanitarian needs on what they used to call the Gaza Strip. You don't hear that line too much anymore. You don't hear the Gaza Strip, but it is the Gaza Strip. And it's amazing. It's not being handled a little bit differently. We're going to set up food.
It's crazy how the only time Trump ever hears about what's going on in Palestine is from a different world leader. Like, it's never his own cabinet. It's always some different world leader. It's like, yo, Trump, can you take a look over here? Like, they're kind of starving them. Like, do you see this?
And we're going to do it in conjunction with some very good people. And we're going to supply funds. And we just took in trillions of dollars. We got a lot of money, and we're going to spend a little money on some food and other nations are joining us. I know your nation's joining us, and we have all of the European nations joining us. And
Yeah, especially France. France doesn't recognize Palestine as a state. So there you go. And in the UK, I think there's like what 221 MPs that wants also, well, UK to recognize Palestine as a state. And here's the problem. You know, it only matters if the US recognize Palestine as a state. In this situation, of course.
Others also have called and they want to be helpful. So we're going to set up food centers and where the people can walk in and no boundaries. We're not going to have fences and, you know, they can't, they see the food from 30 you would say yards away, and they see the food. It's all there, but nobody's at it because they have fences set up that nobody can even get it. It's crazy what's going on over there. So we're going to work very closely together with your country, a great country. We also discussed inside that we.
And shout out to my man Hellbad. He says, why did the Mexican cross the road? Because he took the chicken's job. Damn. Well,
Bruh.
like, okay, well, I like how we're just starting off on that, you know, Uncle Ruckus note.
There's powerful niggardry at work here.
Okay, Hellbat Ruckus.
You know, there's a whole new thing happening with regard to energy from nuclear, and the prime minister's looking at that very strongly. And I know you have Rolls-Royce nuclear plants. That sounds pretty good, right? I love that. What a great brand that is. But you're also doing the Rolls-Royce or the nuclear plants, the smaller plants. We're doing smaller and bigger, but the small is interesting. They do a small plant, very easy, very safe. And as they need more, they hook up another plant, and they have a series of plants instead of, you know, doing the $20 billion plant. That gets tough for a lot of people to do. So we're just studying that. It sounds like you're very far progressed, but that's a great thing you're doing on nuclear. We opened up nuclear about 2 months ago, and it's now safe and very inexpensive.
No, we see civil nuclear as a big part of the future as we go to sustainable, independent energy. And I think that between the two of us, we can work very much more closely on this. And we've agreed that that's our ambition, that's our aspiration. And this is going to be a big part of the future when it comes to energy. And you can see in the last few years, energy has been weaponized. Prices have dictated both families and businesses across the United Kingdom, and therefore taking control of energy is a huge prize. So the more we can work together on this, the better. And small modular reactors are a very big part of the future here. And we've got great companies like Rolls-Royce involved in that. So I'm very much looking forward to working together with you, Mr. President.
We'll do that. We'll do that. We're going up to your oil capital in a little while. We're going up to Aberdeen. That's called the oil capital of Europe. And that's a great asset that you have up there someday. If they ever change their thinking on that, you have a great and valuable asset. There's a lot of valuable resources underground there, but that's a decision for you to make. But it's a very amazing place, and it is considered the oil capital of Europe. So it's another option that you have. So we are doing really well as a country, and I think that the Prime Minister has been so supportive of us, and so strong and so respected. And I respect him much more today than I did before, because I just met his wife and family. He's got a perfect wife and family, and that's never easy to achieve, right? But
and shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. He said there is no river to the sea, genocidal D-bags. I mean, yeah, I would say this. You know what? I didn't even think both sides are genocidal at a certain point. It's like both sides don't like each other. They've been had beef for a while now. And I mean, them ever coming to a two-state solution, I mean, one, we got religious, values in this as well. So I would say it's almost like both sides are unreasonable in my view. Both sides.
I take no credit for that.
But he's become a friend. And together we got a deal done that has not been able to be done. It was a deal that's very good for both parties.
A really good deal for both of our countries, and very, very well received here
Yeah.
in the United Kingdom.
So thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any questions?
Mr. President, I want to follow up on Russia. Earlier, you said that you were going to change the deadline from 50 days.
Yeah.
What is your new deadline?
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days.
All right, now with a current trade deal with the UK stands is lower tariffs on UK auto, aerospace, and agriculture goods, and UK gets a quota and a tariff relief on car exports, and that tariff relief goes past, what was it? I think it's at like 10%. Once they get past that 100,000 cars, then it goes up to 25%. So yeah, and they're still debating, or as they're still trying to negotiate on distilling pharmaceuticals, because as you know, Trump is trying to low-key cut off foreign steel, and he's also trying to get pharmaceutical production back in America.
It's from today. There's no reason in waiting. There's no reason in waiting. It's 50 days. I want to be generous, but we just don't see any progress being made.
Mr. President, on celebration, you just talked about setting up food centers in conjunction with other organizations.
Right.
You talk about the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation or recognized aid agencies. How will this work?
Well, it's going to be working with the United States. We'll be helping with the food. We have a lot of access to food. We got a lot of food ourselves, and we're going to bring it over there. We're also going to make sure that they don't have barriers stopping people. You've seen the areas where they actually have food, and the people are screaming for the food in there.
Oh, so you have seen the video. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Shout out to Starmer at this point. Starmer done pulled Trump to the side and said, all right, look, dog. Look, we about to go through X. I'm about to show you what your people been hiding from. Yes, this is a starving baby. Yes, this is the Israelis blocking the trucks from getting in. And oh yes, and this is a current bombing. Oh yes, and this is kids getting sniped at the aid line. All that's going on right now. So you might want to tap into that.
They're 35, 40 yards away, and they won't let them because they have lines that are set.
God damn. Damn. Big Wave Dave said, let the Middle East glass themselves. If that would happen, I would prefer they do it to themselves, to be quite honest, instead of us doing it. It just looks better if they do it to themselves.
And whether they're set up by Hamas or whoever, but they're very strict lines, so we have to get rid of those lines. But we're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved. We did some airlifts before, some airdrops, and the people are running for it. And the prime minister is going to help us. They're very effective with that. You've done that before. And for many, they've done that for 100 years very well. So it's not very hard to do, actually. Yes.
President, you say you love Scotland. You're the most Scottish president ever in the White House. Is there a better deal to be done for Scotland, for Scottish industry, in the deal that you've done with the Prime Minister? Whiskey, for example.
Well, I have great love for Scotland. My mother loved Scotland, and she loved the Queen. I don't know. I might hurt myself by saying that the monarchists are going to like it. Some other people, but she loved the Queen. Whenever the Queen was on television, she wanted to watch. And she would come back religiously. She'd come back to Scotland once a year with my sister Marianne, primarily, and sometimes my sister Elizabeth also. But they love this part of the world. And, we're talking about the Isle of Lewis. We're talking about serious Scotland. That's serious Scotland. There was no doubt about it. So, yeah, it gives me a feeling, it's different. You go to another country, you have no relationship to it. You get to like maybe the head of the country or something. But it's different when your mother was born here, Stornoway, right in Stornoway, a beautiful little place.
So is there a better deal to be done for Scotland, for whiskey, for example? Because of your love of Scotland, is there a better trade deal to be done for Scottish businesses like whiskey?
Well, I assume when we do our trade deal overall, a lot of it comes to Scotland, I hope. Maybe all of it should go to Scotland.
It's a very good deal for the whole United Kingdom. And we've already achieved great things under the deal, and we'll achieve even more as we work together.
A lot of it is going to Scotland. I mean, I do know that, but we're dealing with the UK. But a lot of it comes to Scotland. And, I was very particular. This is a part of the world I I want to see thrive. It's going to thrive.
Mr. President.
Now, let's get into what CNN said about Trump pretty much, highlighting what's going on in Gaza, which they should be praising. You would think they'd praise it, and I hope they do. But let's see what they say. Jake Tapper. Oh, wow. But all right, guys, let's get right into it.
President Trump, who just a few days ago called on the Israeli government to, quote, finish the job in Gaza, by which he meant, we believe,
shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. Give them both short range and let them play it out. I'm done. Dave, bro. Bro. Yeah, damn it.
The ceasefire, President Trump publicly splitting from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Netanyahu's handling of the rapidly worsening humanitarian crisis. Yesterday, at a Jerusalem conference with Trump faith advisor Paula White, Prime Minister Netanyahu said this.
There is no policy of starvation in Gaza, and there is no starvation in Gaza.
Needless to say, humanitarian groups in Gaza say that whether or not starvation is policy in Gaza, it is reality. And for the Prime Minister to deny the existence of this man-made hunger crisis was too much even for Netanyahu's #1 foreign ally, President Trump, to bear. Alongside English Prime Minister Keir Starmer this morning, President Trump was asked if he agreed with Netanyahu's comments.
I don't know. I mean, based on television, I would say not particularly, because those children look very hungry.
At an event about an hour later, President Trump then said this.
That's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved.
President Trump's comments come as international outrage swells, fueled by heart-wrenching images of starving children. Starvation has killed at least 14 Gazans over the past 24 hours, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. Israel's 10-hour-a-day pause in fighting in 3 parts of Gaza is meant, Israelis say, to enable more aid to be able to reach people, but the Israeli military manages the entry of all aid into Gaza and blames the United Nations for failing to collect and distribute the aid that reaches into.
Hey man, if it ain't Hamas, it's somebody else. But shout out to my man Jason, passed the short range out like Uno cards, bro. You too? God damn it, don't join Dave, bro. Come on. All right.
Individuals within the territory. A source earlier today texted me these pictures from inside Gaza showing the complete breakdown of any semblance of order and the impossibility or near impossibility of the task facing aid workers.
I mean, that's order.
As hundreds of thousands of people swarm the trucks. Now, some other nations, such as Jordan and the United Arab Emirates, are using airdrop to try and stem the spread of starvation. One man on the ground in Gaza tells CNN that this method only causes more violence. He decided not to rush to the aid. Take a listen.
This aid is disgraceful. We are not dogs to be made to run after aid. People fought over it. We'd rather die of hunger with dignity than die in humiliation and filth.
In just the last several hours, condemnations for Netanyahu.
I mean, I don't wish that for you, but that might just be an option, bro. I'm just going to be real with you. Like,
whose handling of this crisis are growing intense inside Israel and inside the American Jewish community. B'Tselem, an Israeli human rights group in Israel, became the first Israeli organization to accuse its own government of, quote, committing genocide against Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, adding that Hamas's heinous attack on Israel on October 7th, 2023, cannot be a justification for genocide. Inside the United States, the American Jewish Committee and the Reform Movement of North America have also given voice to the deadly hunger crisis in Gaza. Even the Chancellor of Germany, a country reluctant to ever criticize Israel, says that he's thinking about increasing pressure on Netanyahu and his government to alleviate this starvation. CNN's Jeff Zeleny is in Edinburgh, Scotland, with the president, and CNN's Jeremy Diamond is in Jerusalem. And Jeff, President Trump says the U.S. is...
And all right, shout out to my man Big Wave Davey said, let's not forget we need to worry about our own first. Why are we worried about them? What a bunch of crap. Grow up, buttercups. Because, Dave, well, I guess it makes us look bad. We're funding it. And I mean, think about it. Our taxpayer dollars go to something way better than this. And then supporting conflict in the Middle East, which supporting Israel is kind of doing right now. Well, been doing for a while, but we don't like to talk about that on this side of the internet.
It's really
Not a
important
lot.
that we're clear about what triggered this, who took the hostages, and calling out Hamas for what they are, which is a terrorist organization. But I think today the focus has to be on getting that humanitarian aid in.
Mr. President, will the UK avoid your pharmaceutical tariffs and will it happen before August the 1st?
Well, we'll be announcing on pharmaceuticals sometime in the very near future. We have a very big plan on pharmaceuticals. We want to bring a lot of the pharmaceuticals back to America where they should be. If you look at COVID, it sort of taught us a lesson. We were getting our pharmaceuticals from other countries. We almost didn't make any. We used to make them ourselves, and we're going to want to be making a lot of them ourselves, all of them in a sense. But you also have a good pharmaceutical business. We'll be dealing with you on pharmaceuticals also. And we certainly feel a lot better with your country working on pharmaceuticals for America than some of the other countries that were. With the relationship we have, you would not use that as a cudgel. You wouldn't be using it as a block. But we're going to be announcing sometime very soon, I think, pharmaceuticals are our whole thing. And the companies know. And drug prices are going to be coming down very substantially in the U.S., very, very substantially. And that'll happen very soon.
Mr. President, we can all sense your frustration.
No, go ahead.
With Vladimir Putin.
Hold it.
We can all sense your frustration with Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
Do you think he's been lying to you about his intentions in Ukraine?
Well, I don't want to use the word lying. All I know is we'd have a good talk. And it seemed on, let's say, 3 occasions, it seemed that we were going to have a ceasefire and maybe peace, and you divide it up and you do whatever you have to do that obviously to get to the end. And all of a sudden, missiles are flying into Kiev and other places. And I say, what's that all about? I spoke to him 3-4 hours ago, and it looked like we were on our way. And then I'd say, forget it, and I'm not going to talk anymore. This has happened on too many occasions, and I don't like it. I don't like it.
You have successful social media sites. There are new powers here to censor your site, states mandate.
To censor my site?
To censor your site.
You mean Truth?
Truth
Social?
I mean Truth. Is that okay?
Well, I don't think he's going to censor my site because I say only good things. Will you please uncensor my site?
Yeah, we're not censoring anyone. We've got some measures which are there to protect children, in particular from sites like suicide sites. We've had too many cases in the United Kingdom of young children taking their own lives. And when you look through their social media, they've been accessing sites which talk about suicide and, encouraging, if you like, children down that road. And that is what we want to stop. Nothing about.
I think we should talk more about what's putting them children down that road. I mean, let's talk about that as well.
Censoring free speech. This country is a proud free speech in this country has been for a very long time. We're very, very proud of it. We will protect it forever. But at the same time, I personally feel very strongly that we should protect our young teenagers, and that's what it usually is, from things like suicide sites. I don't see that as a free speech issue. I see that as a child protection
We
issue.
actually passed a bill in Congress, headed up by my wife, actually, which was to pull bad stuff out having to do with children, because it is a problem. But I cannot imagine him censoring Truth Social. That's more of a very political
And shout out Big Wave Dave. He said, just skip the one again. Let them glass themselves, not our issue when we have issues of our own. Our money shouldn't be going to them. I mean, no, trust me, we all agree with you on that, Dave. The problem is, I don't think our government is kind of getting the clue here. And then due to Israel's actions, it's kind of just making it so more prevalent that, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be funding these guys. And we should probably let them handle their own problems instead of backing them in almost every military conflict.
It's been a very big success.
Not going to happen.
And I only say good things about him and his country. So if they censor me, you're making a mistake. I'm going to give my ambassador the job, make sure it's not censored.
not happening.
I had not heard that.
You're a big investor in this area, Mr. President.
Say it?
You're a big investor in this area.
To put it mildly, like this ballroom that we built from scratch.
Do you worry, though, about the risk of increased taxes here? Will that stop investing? And do you have a message last night on the soccer to the English licenses who won the European Trophy?
So I think that I have a theory that low taxes bring growth. We just passed a big tax cut bill, the biggest bill in the history of our country, actually. And one big beautiful bill. I used to call it the great one big beautiful. We took the word great out, but it's actually called the one big beautiful bill. It's essentially a very large tax cut bill for everybody. And our country's pretty soon, I think I can say it right now. Our country.
I mean, if you ask the Dems, all they're talking about, oh, Trump is all he does is help the rich, even though there's tax cuts in there for the middle class and lower class. But for some reason, all the Dems can think about is tax cuts for the rich. That's all that matters to them.
Never done better. We had a country that was dead. It was dead 6 months ago, a year ago. Leaders from NATO, we had a very successful meeting at NATO. Your prime minister was there. It was an unbelievable love fest with all of those countries, and they agreed to go 5% and all the things. Very smart to do, but many of the leaders said, essentially, they said, your country was dead 1 year ago. 1 year ago, we had a dead, and we did. We had a dead country. We had a president who didn't know where the hell he was. We had horrible, horrible people running our country. I think they were sick people, actually, sick. You talk about censorship, those are big, that's all they did was censor, and they didn't know what to do. And they had high taxes. They wanted more tax, total censorship, transgender for everybody, men playing in women's sports, everything bad they wanted, and they still do. That's what they still do. That's why they're down at 15% or something. I saw it today, the lowest that the other part of the Democrats have ever been. But no, I find that when you lower taxes, you get growth. I will say this, and the prime minister hasn't been here very long, in all fairness. I think he'll be a tax cutter. But I find that as we cut taxes, we did more business. In my first tax bill, we cut taxes from 39% down to 22%. And we ended up at the end of the first year, when it was still a little raw, we ended up taking in much more revenue than we did at 39%. It was pretty amazing. And we're taking in a lot of revenue right now. And this was an additional tax cut. So I find, for whatever it's worth, tax cuts are very good.
Moved up the deadline.
I said it put some more money in the pockets of American people, but I don't understand what's wrong with the left, because here's the thing. I mean, they're okay with tax cuts for us, but they want to overly tax the rich or the corporations, like capital gains and all that good stuff. And that's just not the way to go. I mean, you're going to go ahead and have a wealth flight if you do that. I mean, shoot, go ahead and vote for Zoran Mandani in New York. See what happens.
10 or 12 days. Is the sanction the same that you're going to slap a 100% tariff on anybody who does business with Russia?
So what I'm doing is we're going to do secondary sanctions unless we make a deal. And we might make a deal. I don't know. You don't know. It's we've done so many peace deals. This is the one I started out with, and I know President Putin called me. He wanted to know if I could help him with Iran. I said, no, I don't need your help with Iran. I need your help with Russia. And so that's the one deal that continues to linger. And we're losing 5,000. They're losing. I'm not losing. You're not losing. But 5,000 Russian and Ukrainian kids a week are dying. And that's not mentioning the people that are dying also in towns where, he's lobbing missiles into certain towns like Kiev. And he's got to make a deal. It's too many people are dying. It's a really bloody war. And the 5 is now, they're really telling me that number is obsolete. It's like 7.
That's terrible.
So you have 7,000 Russian and Ukrainian soldiers dying every single week for no reason whatsoever. So you would think, based on common sense, you would think he'd want to make a deal. We'll find out.
No communication with publicly. Have you had any other community channels conversations with the Russians reiterating this?
In what?
Reiterating this new pressure and deadline.
We're going to have you're the press. I'm reiterating it to you. I'd say 10 to 12 days. I'll announce it probably tonight or tomorrow. But there's no reason to wait. If you know what the answer is going to be, why wait? And it would be sanctions and maybe tariffs, secondary tariffs. You know what a secondary tariff is. And look, the Russian, I don't want to do that to Russia. I love the Russian people. They're great people. I don't want to do that to Russia, but this thing, they're losing a lot of Russians. They've lost 1 million Russians. And that's the, sons, that's the sons and daughters of Russian families. They leave the house, they go, bye mom, bye dad, and then they get blown away. And Ukrainian too. Look at Ukraine. It's a disaster what's happened there. But it continues to go on.
Now, it actually was a smart move for Trump to shorten that timeline of 50 days. Because, I mean, let's be real. Russia could have got a lot off. Putin could have got a lot off in 50 days. 10 days, now that pretty much is going to force him. It must force him to the table. If it doesn't, then he obviously doesn't care about the tariffs. He doesn't care what's also going to happen to his allies when they also get tariffed as well.
As you know, we made a deal where
100%.
the European Union is essentially involved, but it's NATO, and we're supplying weapons to NATO. NATO's now paying because the United States, because of Biden's in for $350 billion, the European nations are in for about $100 billion. Should be the opposite way, by the way, because we have a big ocean in between. Should be the opposite way. But I think that eventually something's going to happen. It should happen fast. So many people are dying. When I settled out with Congo and Rwanda, they lost almost 8 million people. And it just made so much sense. And if I didn't get involved, they wouldn't have done it. They weren't even thinking about settling it. It was just going on forever. And nobody could go into those territories because they'd get killed. They'd get killed. And now they have I hear it's a whole different ballgame. We settled it. This is one that should be settled. Russia, Ukraine. This is one that really should be settled.
Mr. President, Scotland's First Minister has today set out his plans for a second referendum on Scottish independence. Can I get your reaction to that as someone with deep ties to Scotland? Prime Minister, can I also get your thoughts on that? The SNP do win the majority in next year's election, and they have a right to hold the referendum.
Well, I don't want to get involved in your politics. We got enough politics of our own. I will say that I predicted what was going to happen the last time. You remember, I was opening the first course over at Aberdeen, and I was over here, and at the same time, and they asked me that question. I made a prediction. It was the day before the vote, and I made it correct. I like to be correct, but I made a correct prediction. I don't know. I do say that when they made that deal, now,
guys, I also do want to cover the 4 people, including NYPD officer, killed in Midtown Manhattan. This happened, I believe, it just broke about maybe like 3 or 4 hours ago. So let's go ahead and get into it real quick.
We're following breaking news here in New York City tonight, where officials say a suspected shooter inside a Manhattan office building has been, quote, neutralized. A law enforcement official tells CNN tonight that 4 people are dead, including an NYPD officer on the scene. Police believe that a man with a long rifle walked into a Park Avenue skyscraper just north of Grand Central Station this evening, with law enforcement sharing this photo of the person believed to be the gunman entering the building. You can see there in broad daylight with a massive gun in his hand. It's that building that houses the corporate offices for the National.
Broad daylight is crazy. I mean, like, look how cool this man walking. He's literally walking like I'm on a mission. Man's back up straight. He got the gun and he got the gun literally out like to the side. In New York, it's crazy though. In New York,
Ball League, Blackstone.
Like, it's almost so unbelievable to see a man do that in New York. You would damn near think it was fake.
And the accounting firm KPMG. Multiple law enforcement officers tell CNN the shooter was found dead inside the building from what officials believe to be a self-inflicted injury. Right now, the New York Police Department says they believe the shooter acted alone. And this hour, the mayor, Eric Adams, says police are searching the 634-foot building floor by floor. The FBI is on the scene right in the middle of the country's largest city to assist with the investigation tonight. I want to go straight to CNN's Shimon Prokupecz, who is live on the scene in Midtown Manhattan. And Shimon, you've been there for hours watching as this developed. Obviously, we can still see behind you there is a massive police presence still on the ground. What is the latest so far that you're learning?
Yeah, Caitlin, the scene out here remains active, almost as active as when I got here around 7 p.m., just 20 minutes after all of this unfolded. And when I first got here, I mean, the scene was just harrowing. I saw officers with long guns and tactical gear racing up Park Avenue, going into that building, going into a nearby building, searching for people, making sure they could get people who may be in harm's way out safely. They went into all of these buildings, searching floor by floor. And as you said, the search still ongoing. As you can see behind me, I'm going to step out of the camera so Rod could show you. Many of the officers are still here. There are.
And this is why cops are quitting like crazy in New York. I mean, this is obviously a special situation, but I mean, the fact that people are out here shooting in the buildings in New York. I mean, you already got high crimes in the subway. I mean, let's talk about the crimes without guns.
Of fire department officials. There are several ambulances, as you said. The number of dead has grown. The police and emergency officials still very much searching the building, still here in the area. This has turned into a crime scene. Also significantly, a off-duty police officer who was working a paid detail here, which we see all across the country, really, and really in New York City, where there are off-duty officers who are allowed to wear their uniforms, and they work to make extra money. It's essentially a way for them to make extra cash. And that's what this officer was doing, standing outside this building when the gunman shot him. And luckily, perhaps in some ways, this may have prevented a much larger tragedy, this interaction between this off-duty officer and the gunman. So we are now waiting for the NYPD and for the mayor and other New York officials to hold a press conference. Things are somewhat slowed now because of the death of this officer. The NYPD needs to gather this officer's family members, bring them to the hospital, inform them of what happened. And
now let's go ahead and get over onto the right side of media and let's see how Fox breaks it down. All right, guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Here now with more Fox News contributors. We have Nicole Parker, Paul Morrow with us. Nicole, senseless shooting, no rhyme or reason that we can put together at this point. It's too early. Our prayers obviously go out to the family of this officer, similarly to the other 4 civilians that were killed here. Thoughts on what we can put together at this point?
Obviously, it's very soon to put much together, but I'm just going to go through a few thoughts that I have as an investigator. The subject is allegedly from Las Vegas, deceased at this point, apparently a suicide, but I would want to know everything about their travel. When did they come to New York? What were their travel patterns? Who booked those flights? Was there surveillance, video surveillance that they picked up that showed him casing the building? Who does he know in the building? Where does he work? Does he know someone on one of those floors? Obviously, to me, it appears to be a targeted act of violence.
Dude, how do you just walk through New York with a gun like that? I mean, man.
But again, there are many things that investigators do not know. But now that we do have a subject named, the FBI and other law enforcement are putting together a profile. Everything about their social media. Was there leakage that indicated that they intended to do this? Were there things where they were dissatisfied in their life? What was their job like? What was their personal life? Were there financial struggles? Sean, we are seeing random acts of violence in our country on a nonstop basis. We have shootings on an hourly basis, it seems, these days. It is disgusting, it is wrong, it is despicable, and we should not have to live in fear. But you know what? I commend this NYPD officer. Thank you to her. She paid the ultimate sacrifice today, and my prayer goes out to the 4 others and any others. Right now, the number is obviously not going to be confirmed, but these are people that did everything that they could, I'm sure.
I ain't gonna lie, this guy looked like a light-skinned guy. Like, I'm not even gonna lie to you. He looks black and light-skinned, to be honest with you, but this is kind of crazy. The fact that he walked through New York with a gun like that into a building. I mean, we're talking about liberal New York. You're not even, bro, there's not no open carry out here. It's not like the man's in Texas or something. No, this man is in New York.
To save their own life, but to protect others. And I saw the images of those in the office. I believe it was Blackstone or another office. And they took the furniture, the file cabinets, everything that they could, and they put it up against the door. And that is exactly what we are trained to do. In law enforcement, we train civilians and officers. Civilians, you run, you hide, and you fight. And that is exactly what it appeared that they did.
And I think, Paul, that Nicole is right on the money when she says that this looked like a targeted attack. It doesn't seem random to me. In this building, the confirmed companies are Blackstone. The NFL was in there. KPMG, Rudin Management Company, Bank of America were all in there. It doesn't seem like this one building was randomly chosen. The questions that Nicole asked, I think, are spot on. What else would you be asking? Is there anything you can glean from the companies that we know had offices in this building?
Well, the only thing I would add is that in addition to choosing a particular building in the middle of a very target-rich environment here in Midtown Manhattan, he chose a particular floor, apparently. And so, it's a little bit unclear. It's the 33rd floor reportedly. And so he would have taken the elevator. He's not walking up 33 floors. So he got on that elevator. He pressed 33 for a reason. And as I was saying earlier, if in fact there was a specific target there, as in a person, well, that person likely knows him, knows who he is, unless unfortunately that person is deceased. So they're certainly going to be looking at why did he shoot, who he shot. Was he looking for a specific person, which could answer all of this out? Is the person he was looking for perhaps among the wounded? And that goes to the idea that a scene like this is very, very chaotic. So if you're running it and they're going to have somebody chief level,
I don't know. I don't think it was targeted. It's more of like an extremist attack. Because I don't know, but then we never know. Who knows what come out of the next days? They might start making connections to the police officers. But I'm just like, how did you know that police officer was going to be trolling in that area at that time? Like, how? Like, then what type of operation is this? Like, so no, I just think it's just some extreme radical, some crazy guy. You never know.
Running this
but
thing.
I'm going with some crazy guy.
You're going to have people at the hospital with the wounded. Are they in a position to be debriefed? Can you talk to them? Did he say anything while shooting? Do you know him? Had you seen him before? Had he applied for a job? Because the reporting I got is that he wasn't currently employed there. So these are the kinds of things that I think you're going to be gleaning as you work backwards from where he did it, how he did it. But the why is what everybody wants to know. And, that's not an irrelevant factor. We often say,
all right, let's go to Eric Adams because, he has to do the press briefing. And, it's a very sad moment for him seeing that he is a ex-police officer. So I know this. Hey, man, I feel for it too, brother. It gotta hurt. Gotta hurt.
This never gets easy. I always go back to the beginning of my role as mayor in Harlem Hospital, where Officer Mora and Rivera were assassinated. I remember watching their family members enter the hospital and a loud yell of, "No, God, please tell me it's not true." I thought about that today when the notification came over from the police commissioner that we had a number of shots fired, and we're still unraveling what took place. And our hearts are heavy. 5 innocent people shot tonight. We lost 4 souls to another senseless act of gun violence, including a member of the New York City Police Department, Officer Islam. He served in the 47th Precinct. He was just 36 years old and a 3.5-year veteran of the department. He was doing what he does best, and all members of the police department carry out. He was saving lives. He was protecting New Yorkers. He's an immigrant from Bangladesh, and he loved this city. And everyone we spoke with stated he was a person of faith and a person that believed in God and believed in living out the life of a godly person. He embodies what this city is all about. He's a true blue New Yorker, not only in the uniform he wore, but in his spirit and energy of loving this city. And early tonight, I met with the officer's family. I told them that he was a hero, and we admire him for putting his life on the line. This was his dad's only son.
Damn.
I think about Jordan, my child, and it's unimaginable to experience a loss of this magnitude. And 3 of the innocent civilians are also dead. 2 males and 1 female, and another male is seriously injured, fighting for his life in critical condition because of the violent, despicable attack. Additionally, the shooter is dead of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. To be clear, 6 total tonight died, 1 including the perpetrator. And I'm sorry, 6 total was shot tonight, 1 including the perpetrator. No words can describe this act of evil, a man who takes the life of others who are innocent. And no words can fill the void that has been left by this tragedy. Our hearts break for the families and friends of the victims. We pray for the swift and safe recovery of the injured. The horrific crime reminds us all how easy it is to gain access to a gun. Gun violence has scarred so many neighbors and ripped apart too many families across this entire country. And we will continue the fight to do all we can to protect our city. But tonight we mourn for those who were killed. And we pray for the families as they go through this painful moment. And as I stated, 5 innocent people were shot. And the perpetrator was shot.
Well, shot himself. But all right, guys, now let's get back to Trump speaking on the Russia situation.
Energetic, or to put it a different way, unless you're going to be very ruthless, violent. It's a bad situation to be in, very bad.
Mr. President, with the EU deal last night, you talked during the campaign about President Putin respecting you and helping you have a relationship with him. Do you still feel that way, that he respects you, considering the conversations you've had that have been really nice?
Yeah. I've always gotten along with President Putin. I have had a great relationship with him. And he went through the Russia hugs too. You know, I mean, it was, we used to talk about it. We used to say, you know, it's too bad we really can't do anything between our country. Because if we did, they'd say, oh, it's, you know, some. Look, I was tough on Putin because I was the one that closed up Nord Stream and Biden came along and opened it up. I was very tough on Putin in one way, but we got along.
Which he didn't even know he opened up.
Very well. And I never, you know, I never really thought this would happen. I thought we'd be able to negotiate something, and maybe that'll still happen, but it's very late down the process. So I'm disappointed. And, you know, the funny thing is that their economy isn't that big and it's having a hard time right now, but it's a relatively small economy. A strong military, but strong economy. And it used to be a strong economy. Now it's not. He's gone through a lot. Economically, it's not easy, but it's pretty small, you know, compared to that magnificent size of that land. The land is massive. It's got, I guess, 9 time zones or something. It's a massive piece of land. Russia could be so rich. It could be so rich. It could be thriving like practically no other country. And they're holding that back because we can't. He wants to do trade deals with us. He talks about it all the time.
And here's the problem. Russia's economy is stuck on wartime. It's like they're not really making any money unless they're at war for some reason. Yes, their whole economy has been focused towards war. And to kind of switch themselves out of that, they are going to need some trade deals for some other countries, and some sanctions are going to have to be lifted. So I don't even see why Putin just don't capitulate and just get over it. Just keep certain parts of Ukraine. You're going to go ahead and creep Crimea and whatever else you took, and we're going to leave it at that. Because let's be real, we also have interest in Ukraine remaining a sovereign country. The trade deal, well, the rare earth mineral deal.
1 or 2. And I envision that a lot of trade with Russia. They have a lot of valuable things. When you talk about rare earth, they have serious rare earth, right? They have just about every form you can have. So, Russia could be so rich right now. Instead, they spend all their money on war. They spend everything on war and killing people, and it doesn't make.
Yeah, their whole economy is designed towards war for protecting themselves and supplying their allies. And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, remember when Hitler did, all right, my bad. Remember what Hitler did when he first got into power? He first took people's weapons away, then stifled their ability to speak. Now, compared to Democrats, you ain't lying.
Makes sense to me. I thought he would want to end this thing quickly. I really felt it was going to end, but every time I think it's going to end, he kills people.
Could a meeting help, and are you considering, has been proposed?
I don't know. I'm not, I'm not so interested in talking anymore. He talks, we have such nice conversations, such respectful and nice conversations, and then people die the following night with a missile going into a town and hitting, recently, I guess, the nursing home, but they hit other things. Whatever they hit, people die.
Yeah, civilians, locations. They also hit a military recruitment center. Yeah.
So, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
We just had a sense of your differences in political persuasion where Nigel Farage and Sadiq Khan came up in the conversation. I wonder if you have any advice, either of you, for a very divided, polarized world on how you make your relationship.
Not differences, that's not differences. I happen to like both men. I like this man a lot, and I like Nigel. And, I don't know the politics over here. I don't know where they stand. I would say one is slightly liberal, not that liberal, slightly, and the other one is slightly conservative. But they're both good men.
Hilarious.
Mr. President. Well, no, we like each other, we respect each other, we get on, and we've both got a great love of our countries, of our families, and therefore there's a huge amount that we have already achieved actually together and will achieve as we go forward, leading our respective countries. And of course, the relationship between our countries. Donald, we were talking about this morning, that whether it's defense, security, intelligence sharing, it's a close historic relationship. We have fought together in the past. We've always stood together. And I, for one, I'm very pleased that we've got such a good personal relationship between us. And I think it just shows that even if you come from different political perspectives, different backgrounds, actually there's a huge amount of common ground when it comes to what is in the best interests of our two great countries, and they are two great countries. And I think that because we focus on what's best for our countries, we get along very well, and I'm very pleased that that's the case.
Mr. President.
Well, I do know he wants to cut taxes as much as he can, and politics is pretty simple. It's I assume there's a thing going on between you and Nigel, and it's okay. It's two parties. But generally speaking, the one who cuts taxes the most, the one who gives you the lowest energy prices and the best kind of energy, the one that keeps you out of wars, he's kept you out of wars, but the one that keeps you out of wars, you have a few basics, and you can go back 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years, whoever does these things, but low taxes, keep us safe, keep us out of wars, no crime, stop the crime. And in your case, a big immigration component, because I know that your attitude has become strong on immigration, strong on the toughness of immigration. But I think whoever's going to be, I think I won because we had a lousy president, to be honest with you. We had an incompetent president. But I won because I was very strong on immigration. Now, we had inflation. We had sort of a bad economy with this guy. We had a lot of problems, but I focused on immigration more than I did anything.
Crazy inflation, all the prices start soaring up on consumer goods. It was wild. It was wild under Biden. The Dems try to gaslight us, but shout out to the Dems for kind of exposing themselves with that price increase map where they were trying to say, well, prices increase under Trump. I'm like, do you not see where you guys exposed yourself to where prices skyrocketed under Biden? Are y'all sure y'all want to talk about price increasing? All right, thought so.
Anything else? And I think I won because of immigration. I think I won because of the border. I had a bad border where millions of people were coming in to our country illegally. And as you know, in last month, 0 people came into our country illegally, 0. So we went from a bad, incompetently run border to the most competently run border that anybody's ever seen.
Prime Minister, the president makes it look easy dealing with illegal migration. You must be envious of his record in such a short period of time.
Well, I think we've been discussing illegal migration is a huge issue in both our countries. In the United Kingdom, it is a real cause for concern, and that's why we must bear down on it in all its aspects, upstream, across Europe, where a lot of ours comes into through northern France, across the Channel, working with our allies, with our colleagues to break the gangs that are actually running this trade. But equally being very strong that when people have arrived in this country, who've got no right to be here, then we should be removing them to their own country. And that's why I'm really pleased that we've been.
Well, you guys need to change our immigration policies, because according to your immigration policies, that's A-OK.
Been able to focus on this very intensely and get 35,000 people out of the United Kingdom have no right to be here, because the message has to be you can't make your way to the United Kingdom. We won't tolerate our rules being broken, and if you get here, you will be returned to where you came from, and it's really important that we bear down on that.
Okay.
It's such an attractive place for people to come if they want a better life, because we are.
People coming via the rules are always welcome. Of course, we've welcomed talent and people into this country for centuries, literally. But what the British people will not tolerate is those that break the rules, those that come through irregular routes. And that's the really important distinction here. And that's what we're bearing down on. And I'm really pleased that we're through pretty well all of the international engagement I've done, all the meetings I've had, the country we've done deals with. We've done deals with countries in the last 12 months that many people thought it was not possible to do deal with when it came to immigration, irregular immigration. And we've returned thousands of people who've got no right to be here. And that, I think, is for the British people, we're a reasonable, tolerant country where people are coming lawfully to contribute to our communities, to our country. Then, of course, they're welcome and have made a great contribution. But what people will not tolerate is those that are breaking the rules. And that is an issue of today, but it's a very British thing. We are people who respect rules, and we don't approve of those that break rules.
I can say, though, that I had one of the greatest victories, they say the most consequential in 129 years, so I don't know about that, but it was pretty close. And we won all of the swing states, which never happens. We won the popular vote by millions of votes. We won, tremendous electoral college sweep. And I believe I did it more than anything else because of my strong stand on immigration. And I don't think this country is any different in that sense. I think it's a big factor. And it is with a lot of the European countries. Some of the countries have lost their way, and they have tremendous crime because of it. I mean, you had countries with no crime that now have tremendous crime. And you know the countries, and I know the countries. And so I think it's a huge factor in any election, not just this election, but in any election. I think the one that's toughest and most competent on immigration is going to win the election. But then you add low taxes and you add the economy. He did a great thing with the economy because a lot of money is going to come in because of the deal that was made. But I think that immigration is now bigger than ever before.
Mr. President, your Treasury Secretary is meeting with Chinese trade.
Right now.
Right now. Have you received an update?
All right, man. All right, Hellbat. I mean, you guys might want to prepare yourselves for this one. So, I mean, Hellbat sent a joke in on Discord, and he said, all right, guys, so prepare yourself. Trigger warning. What's the difference between a Christmas tree, Christmas ornament, candy canes, and a black person? You can't hang a Christmas tree. Like, Like, bruh. Like,
Oh, yeah. There's powerful niggardry at work here.
but yeah.
Expect a deal when these talks are over, especially with the August 1st
Yeah.
deadline?
No, they're meeting right now. And, we have a good relationship with China. But China's tough. And like you're tough, we're all tough, yes. But we're going to see what happens. We just concluded our deal with Japan. It was very good for everybody.
It's funny, but it's dark.
Great deals. We're making deals that are good for us, but we want them to be good for everybody. It's important that it's. Sometimes I'll do something that I shouldn't do because it's not very important for our country, but it's very meaningful for the country on the other side. And I'll let them have that point.
And all right, guys, let's get into this. Let's get into the Epstein files for a bit. Epstein accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell urged Supreme Court to overturn her sentence because she was never supposed to be sentenced as part of some plea deal with Epstein and his accomplice and all that wild stuff. And I'm just thinking, like, come on, Glenn, you know damn well whatever ruling that was BS.
For Ghislaine Maxwell made a final pitch to the Supreme Court. They're asking justices to overturn her 2021 conviction for conspiring with Jeffrey Epstein to sexually abuse young girls, saying it violates an agreement that Epstein made back in 2008 that shielded any co-conspirators from prosecution. The Justice Department wants the High Court to reject her appeal, but Maxwell's attorney said this in a statement, quote, "We're appealing not only to the Supreme Court, but to the president himself to recognize how profoundly unjust it is to scapegoat Ghislaine Maxwell for Epstein's crimes, especially when the government promised she would not be prosecuted," end quote. Meantime, a source tells CNN that Maxwell received limited immunity to talk with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche about the Epstein files last week. Those discussions were not mentioned in today's filing. Now, this morning, President Trump said that he is not ruling out a pardon for Maxwell, saying that he just hasn't been approached. Here's more from the president.
Well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's approached me with it. Nobody's asked me about it. It's in the news about that aspect of it, but right now it would be inappropriate to talk about it.
Let's get some perspective on all these developments with retired New York Supreme Court
pardon?
Judge Diane Kiesel. Judge, thanks.
Like, all right, limited immunity or maybe like full immunity to tell the crimes that her and Epstein were involved in were with some of the people who were, caught up or a client of Epstein, who were caught up with Epstein or a client. Yeah, I mean, we can give you that, but a pardon? No. No, you got to stay in jail for a very long time. Really, she's already on a sweetheart deal. 20 years for child trafficking? Really? And then, then she's in a low security prison. She's living the good life. I'll tell you that right now.
So much for being.
She's not struggling that hard. I mean, of course, her life would be 10 times better outside of it, but let's be real. She's not living the worst life in prison.
With us. So Maxwell asking the Supreme Court to review her conviction. Are you anticipating that justices will take up this appeal?
Hard to say. It's really a very simple issue. Ghislaine Maxwell says that the government has promised that future co-conspirators would not be prosecuted. Depends on your definition of government, actually, because there are 93 United States attorneys in this country. Only one, Mr. Acosta in the Southern District of Florida, signed off on this agreement. And the question becomes whether that binds the United States attorney in the Southern District. The Justice Department for years has said it does not. The Second Circuit, which is the circuit in which Ms. Maxwell was tried, says it does not, as does the circuit, which is the Midwest. In the brief to the Supreme Court, Maxwell's lawyers indicate, well, there is some split in the circuits, and certainly the Supreme Court can elect to adjudicate when there is a split in the circuit. The question becomes, is this enough of one? Is this a big enough case that they would want to do that?
So there are two avenues that her attorneys are pursuing. It's not just this filing before the Supreme Court. It's also in their statement, this direct appeal to President Trump for what.
And let's be real, Ghislaine Maxwell do come from money. So if you're wondering where she even getting the money for all the support, I mean, trust me, she had a brother on Piers Morgan, and her brother is not broke. So Ghislaine Maxwell does have support for these lawyers, and they're trying to get the best result for her, which would be a pardon from the president, overturning her conviction of, I guess, that was wrongfully placed in her because she was supposed to be part of a prosecution deal or something like that. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. We can't let you off with that one. Child trafficking, no. I don't care how many names you give up. Just give up the names, repent for your actions. I don't know, find Jesus or something. But you go and serve them 20 years. Which you don't really even deserve. You really deserve like 80. 80 consecutive life sentences.
They view as justice. Her attorney is suggesting that she should receive a pardon, perhaps, with Trump saying that he has the power to do so, but he hasn't been approached about it. I wonder what, if anything, in your eyes, might justify a pardon for her?
Yeah,
well, let's remember what she was convicted of. She was not convicted of assisting Jeffrey Epstein in procuring, if you will, women. These were children. These were girls. This is the sex trafficking of children. Yes, Donald Trump is correct. Legally, he can give her a pardon if he wants. I think it's playing with dynamite, particularly since.
Because trust me, I mean, his whole base going to flip on him. Like, trust me, I voted for Trump and a lot of my viewers are MAGA. And here's the thing. We would disagree with Trump doing that. Like, so Trump's not doing that. Like, his whole base would even turn on him. Even I would be like, yeah, bro, I'm not rocking with that. You can't just, bro, trafficking little girls, dog, in your party. Nah. Financial crimes, we can look past that. But this, no.
It's his base that ignited this latest firestorm about a lack of disclosure in the whole Epstein debacle, right? So I think it would be a difficult move for him to make. Doesn't mean he wouldn't make it. Also quite interesting is the fact that while he may be considering a pardon, his Department of Justice has filed a response to Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyers saying that her prosecution was perfectly justifiable under the law. Very interesting.
Better be.
Yeah, on Friday, we should also note that she was given limited immunity to talk to the deputy AG. A source described that immunity as standard. Why would she need immunity at this point to take part in that interview?
Well, because she's still, she's got an appeal pending, right? In addition, someday, if she doesn't get pardoned, she will be up for
and
parole.
here's the thing: that pending appeal is the reason why a lot of the evidence from her case is sealed. Like the reason why we can't get to it.
And she wants to be sure that whatever she may say will not be used against her. That's pretty standard. The interesting question here, though, is, Todd Blanche is the one speaking to Ms. Maxwell and her lawyers. What role is he playing right now? Is he the president's former lawyer, or is he representing the United States of America as a high-ranking official in the Department of Justice? It's all a big question mark, isn't it?
I will give her that speculation. I'll give her that because she could be like, bro could have pulled up and been like, all right, look, you don't say nothing about Trump. You say something, you give out some names. We're going to cover this up nicely. And then I'm going to leave, and then you're going to get yourself some immunity. You're going to look good. And you know what? You might get your sentence shortened. Like, no pardon, but you could get your sentence shortened in a way where people could ignore it. It could be that shady business going down, or she's had a coming to Jesus moment. She wants to repent. She's going to tell all, and she's going to tell all, even if the heavens fall. Who knows? Who knows?
Judge Diane Kiesel, thank you so much for your perspective.
Jeffrey Epstein's convicted accomplice and former girlfriend Ghislaine Maxwell may be looking for a presidential pardon. Maxwell is currently serving a 20-year prison sentence for conspiring with Epstein to sexually abuse young girls. Last week, she was granted limited immunity to speak with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche about the Epstein files. Today, her attorneys are making their final pitch to the Supreme Court to try to persuade the justices to consider overturning her criminal conviction. Joining me now, former Manhattan prosecutor Jeremy Sallin. Jeremy, good to see you as always. So we look at the limited immunity is fairly standard, the way I understand it, when there's a questioning that is happening, like what we saw with the Deputy AG Todd Blanche last week with Ghislaine Maxwell in Florida. Realistically, he said we'll get information on what they discussed, at the appropriate time, were his words. What do you expect to learn from those meetings?
I don't think that is going to be made public. These proffer agreements, which are routine and regular, and that limited immunity, so if you lie, it can be used against you, but that limited immunity is not atypical. But that's also shared internally and making prosecutorial decisions, and it's up to discretion of the prosecutors what they want to share publicly. But at the same time, understanding that the public may want to know and Trump's base may want to know, that's not the principle that really should be guiding the Department of Justice. It should be, what, if anything, should we do with the information that we are given? Should we pursue other people? Is this going to lead to further investigation? Is this going to increase and add to additional prosecution? We'd like to think that opportunity would have happened a long time ago if there was something to pursue when she was originally prosecuted. But those are the types of questions that they're going to ask internally, but not necessarily shared publicly.
Mm-hmm. Well, to that point, sort of two questions. In terms of information that was shared previously, to be at this point where she is now, serving 20 years, a 20-year sentence after being convicted, her attorney said she's been cooperative, essentially, but, not saying that saying, hey, sure, she would love a pardon, right? If that's possible.
Bro.
I mean, if she had something that she wanted to share,
I think they're just shooting for the stars at a certain point, like shooting for the stars and hoping that they land on the moon. And you know what? Like I said, like a pardon, absolutely not. But maybe, I don't know, like a cut in the sentencing, maybe. But then she'd have to live a life of seclusion and in her own house. I mean, she can't go out onto the world. She can't go out into the street because, Lord knows what one of us might do to her.
Isn't that something that would have come up already?
Not that I would ever hurt anybody like that, but I'm just saying I wouldn't put it past somebody who would see her and get a little bit enraged. I wouldn't put it past somebody.
Yeah, you would think that at that point in time when she was initially prosecuted, she would have offered up information, say, listen, save myself, here's what I have, and they would have assessed her credibility, understanding that there's always an agenda to an accused, meaning they could still be honest and upfront, but at the same time, they want to free themselves of incarceration or the stigma and worse of a felony conviction on the federal level. But yeah, you would expect it to come up before. And what she may have may be incredibly valuable. But remember, this is a person who is insisting on her innocence and saying, I didn't even do any of this. And to say, as her attorney said, that that's not necessarily looking for something. And
here's the thing. Okay, now I'm a bit worrisome because when she's saying that, she's going to complete innocence. Look, if she's saying that, well, you guys weren't even supposed to prosecute me, even if I did do it, so let me out, which is wreck as hell to say. Because there's been a lot of substantial evidence. So, nah. If she's trying to get out because of that, like, yeah, I did it, but you weren't supposed to charge me. No. But if she's trying to cooperate with the story with the FBI and Pam Bondi put out, well, there's no list. Epstein wasn't trafficking. He just had a whole bunch of child pornography. And that's that. Then, I mean, let's be real then. Ghislaine Maxwell kind of got a point then. She kind of got a case.
Being upfront,
like if Epstein wasn't doing no human trafficking, then who the hell was he trafficking to if it was Epstein?
Honest here, I think that defies credibility.
If Epstein don't traffic, then who?
Certainly an agenda, and whether or not that fits the Department of Justice agenda, I don't know. But you really have to make sure what she says is accurate, because if they, meaning the Department of Justice, are going to pursue new charges or try to shed light on.
And all right, now let's get to Trump speaking on it, because they definitely did ask him this during his bilateral meeting with the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
For Ghislaine Maxwell. Maybe it's slightly different.
Mr. President, if you completely rule out a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell when you landed, is that something you would ever consider, and why?
Pardon for who?
For Ghislaine Maxwell.
Well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's approached me with it. Nobody's asked me about it. It's in the news about that aspect of it, but right now it would be inappropriate to talk about it. So,
Mr. President, your opposition to offshore wind is well known. In Scotland,
wind is a disaster.
But in Scotland, across the UK, wind farms.
I know, it's a shame. It's not his fault. I used to tell Alex Salmon.
Have you spoken to the Prime Minister, and will you speak to the First?
Well, all I can do is give my way. Look, wind is the most expensive form of energy, and it destroys the beauty of your fields and your plains and your waterways. And look out there. There's no windmills. But if you look in another direction, you see windmills. When we go to Aberdeen, you'll see some of the ugliest windmills you've ever seen. They're the height of a 50-story building. And you can take 1,000 times more energy out of a hole in the ground this big. This big. It's called oil and gas. And you have it there, the North Sea, this big, that nobody would even see. You can take 1,000 times more power because the wind is intermittent. It doesn't work. It's extremely expensive. All the windmills are made in China. They used to be Germany and China. Now they're mostly in China. They all come out of China. They say that the blades, which are carbon fiber, you can't bury. Oh, okay, you can't bury. What are you going to do? Dump them in the ocean someplace? Because they only last a certain period of time. And remember, a windmill has a life of 8 years, especially when they're out in the salty sea and they start to rot and to rust. You have to replace them. It's very hard to replace them. Wind needs massive subsidy. And you are paying in Scotland and in UK and all over the place where they have massive subsidies to have these ugly monsters all over the place. So I've restricted windmills in the United States. Now, a couple we have, the poor, stupid people at the beginning, they approved them. So they have their full approvals. But I've restricted windmills in the United States because they also kill all your birds. They
Well,
wipe.
now that we're going to get over Trump's hatred of windmills and solar energy, which, yes, reasonable. It's reasonable because I do believe those are also a scam. They don't produce all that much energy. They are bad for the environment. I mean, especially solar panels. I mean, especially when they expire, trust me, there's really no recycling them, and they just decay into the environment. Tough. All right, guys, let's get right back into this. With CNN, once again, Trump breaks silence on how friendship with Epstein fell apart.
Trump breaking his silence on what he says caused his close friendship with Jeffrey Epstein to crumble.
For years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein. I wouldn't talk because he did something that was inappropriate. He hired help. And I said, don't ever do that again. He stole people that worked for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again. And I threw him out of the place, persona non grata. I threw him out, and that was it. I'm glad I did, if you want to know the truth.
Well, of course, we've heard from multiple guests, all of whom knew Trump and in different times and ways. They all agreed with one thing, that Epstein and Trump were once, quote, best friends. Now, of course, the big question is, what does that really mean when it comes to Trump? And if Epstein and Trump ended their long friendship, as Trump describes it, happening there, right? Because that Epstein hired people who worked for him. Well, who was the hired help that Epstein was stealing away that was so important? There are a lot of questions about this. The answers matter. And in a moment, I'm going to speak to people who have inside knowledge of the Epstein investigation and Trump and Epstein's relationship. But obviously, it's important that Trump chose to disclose these details tonight. It is a big turnaround from past answers as of late about what came between him and Epstein.
I did have a falling out a long time ago. The reason doesn't make any difference.
Well, Trump now sees that the reason perhaps does make a difference, and that his attempts to dismiss the Epstein investigation are not working. They're not making it go away.
It's a hoax that's been built up way beyond proportion. I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person.
All right, Trump referring there to the crude drawing that was reported by the Wall Street Journal to have been in Epstein's 50th birthday book. He just tried to make this all go away, denying making the drawing, calling the whole thing a hoax. Now, of course, this is not
The drawing, I mean, I ain't gonna lie. The drawing looked like a 12th grader drew it.
a hoax, because we're talking about
My
targeting,
bad, a 12-year-old drew it. Sorry, a 12-year-old.
assaulting and raping underage girls. But the point is still this: Trump's trying to make it go away. And when it failed, to say, oh, I didn't do the drawing or the whole thing's a hoax, he's tried another tack, which is to claim that the Biden administration and former FBI chief James Comey are behind the Epstein files, tampering with them or making them up in some way.
I can say this: those files were run by the worst scum on earth. If they had anything, why didn't they use it when I was killing Joe?
Of course, it's worth here just one basic fact.
Hold on, did you just cut that man off? Hold on now. Now I feel like I got to go there and find what he actually said and why'd you cut that off? Because let's be real, it is a bit reasonable. The whole Russia hoax thing, well, that was an overreach, and there was really no substantial evidence on it, and it was all fabrication. So yeah, tell Comey and then they might want to lawyer up. Actually, I think they already have. The only person that's safe is Obama.
Fact that I think speaks 1,000 words, which is that Epstein was arrested while Trump was president.
That's crazy.
But Trump tried to blame Biden anyway for all of this, anything to make it go away. And now he is even dangling a pardon to the one person who is serving time for helping Epstein run a child sex trafficking ring. That, of course, is Ghislaine Maxwell, convicted liar who may end up in the position of actually being able to sink or save people whose names are in the Epstein files.
Well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's approached.
All right, here. I believe I found when Trump said all this so we can get the full, context of what he said, because that was crazy how she just cut that man off like that. I'm like, hold on. Can we get more than 5 seconds?
All of the things that we all want.
Mr. President, you have said that you have not been briefed on the Epstein files, or your name has not appeared in the Epstein files. But doesn't the AG have to tell you if your name is...
Well, I haven't been overly interested in it. It's a hoax that's been built up way beyond proportion. I can say this: those files were run by the worst scum on earth. They were run by Comey. They were run by Garland. They were run by Biden and all of the people that actually ran the government, including the auto pen. Those files were run for 4 years by those people. If they had anything, I assume they would have released it. The whole thing is a hoax. They ran the files.
I mean, let's be honest, though, especially during the election when they really wanted Trump out the way, then why didn't they just release the Epstein files and put that man in jail if they had something circumstantial? Let's be honest. And then here's the thing. I know people are going oh, Trump ran on dropping the Epstein files. Here's the thing now. I understand that Biden didn't run on it, but do you really have to run on catching pedophiles? Is that really something that the people have to tell you to do? Isn't that argument a bit ridiculous? Come on, guys.
I was running against somebody that ran the files. If they had something, they would have released. Now, they can easily put something in the files that's a phony. As an example, Christopher Steele, a person you know well, happens to be from your country. But Christopher Steele, as an example, wrote a book, a dossier. We call it the fake news dossier. And the whole thing was a fake. The whole thing was a fake. They could put things in the file that are fake. But those files were run by bad, sick people. If they had anything, why didn't they use it when I was killing Joe and then he gave out because he was 25 points down? And then I got somebody new. Nobody even knew anything about it. She was a horrible vice president. She was a border czar, but she never went to the border. She never once called a border patrol agent to find out how we're done. But she was the border czar.
Hey, guys. Hey, don't go over here and say I'm protecting pedophiles because you can't get around that logic wall of why didn't the Dems release it if it's, so important, if it has Trump's name all over it. I mean, wouldn't you think the Dems release that? I know, it's that logic wall that you guys just can't get over. It's okay, I understand.
Her name was Kamala. Nobody knows her last name. It was Harris, but nobody knew her last name. So I ended up, how would you like to end up in a race where you're killing somebody, you're beating him, and then they say, all right, we'll take him out. He's not working. Let's put somebody else. And then she had a 6-week honeymoon. It was amazing. They predicted she will have a 6-week honeymoon, and she did. And then she got slaughtered. But think of it. Those files were run by these people. They were run by my enemy. If there was anything in there, they would have used them. for the election. Yeah.
Do you think that drawing, I think I heard you say something the other day, that the drawing that was the subject of the Wall Street Journal report.
I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person.
You think it was fraudulent?
I don't do drawings. Sometimes people say, would you draw a building? And I'll draw 4 lines and a little roof, for charity stuff. But I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings of women, that I can tell you. They say there's a drawing of a woman, and I don't do drawings of women. And also, Epstein was always a very controversial guy. I was at a very high position, pretty much all my life. In all fairness, I've been doing this for a long time. I had the top show on television. I had the #1 bestsellers. I had no.
All right, now while Trump takes the time to flex his ego for a little bit, let's have a bit of a comedic moment, guys, because all right, Dems, you ain't gonna like this, but hey, the conservatives will.
This is Hakeem Jeffries, the congressman from New York's 8th District and the House Minority Leader. Recently, he, along with many other Democrats, are pushing the narrative that Americans are upset with how the economy is going.
The one big ugly law is deeply unpopular. The American people clearly recognize that Donald Trump and House Republicans have not done a thing to make life better for them and meaningfully lower the high cost of living in the United States of America.
However, in a nationwide poll conducted by the Wall Street...
You know what's crazy? Hakeem Jeffries actually had a decent idea where he said, all right, cool, let's buy up some of this land that the corporations got, and which honestly, or let's buy up some of this hunting land and create Section 8 housing. And you know what? I was like, you know what, dog? That's kind of a good idea. Except for the Section 8 housing part. If you bring in these you create low income areas, you also create high crime areas. Let's not do that. I mean, let's just put in regular homes, maybe, I don't know, like middle class homes that a lot of people can move into. Let's not create ghettos. Let's create suburban areas.
Journal.
So he was halfway right. He had a good idea. It's just the whole Section 8 stuff is like, come on, bro.
Registered voters were asked, how would you rate the strength of the U.S. economy? 47% said good or excellent, compared to 51% who said poor or not so good. And while that doesn't sound amazing, consider what the results were a year ago, when only 38% said good or excellent and 61% said poor or not so good. Translation: Americans believe that the economy is improving. And keep in mind that
we did hit record highs in the stock market. So yeah, everybody's feeling good about the economy so far. Like I said, these Dems keep saying give it 3 to 6 more months. And I mean, that's what you guys said in April, and here we are.
Trump has only been in office for 6 months at this point. Economic turnaround takes time.
We need to make sure that this country walks away from the reckless Trump tariffs, which are going to increase costs on everyday Americans by thousands of dollars a year. That means grocery costs, goods, and gas.
Gas prices aren't going to go up because of tariffs, because oil and gas imported from other countries is exempt. It should also be pointed out that during the end of July of this year, i.e. peak travel season, gas prices were at their lowest in 4 years.
During the August district work period, House Democrats will hold events all across the country talking about our efforts to build an affordable economy that lowers the high cost of living in the United States of America.
Democrat.
You know what the funny thing is, though? It's not even a month under the big, beautiful bill, and these guys are crying. That's what's so hilarious about them sometimes. I'm like, bro, can y'all give it like a 3-6 months time span here? Like, we just got the big, beautiful bill signed this month, July 4th. It ain't even been a month yet, and these guys are already crying.
That's had the previous 4 years to build an affordable economy and failed miserably. Which is why when it comes to who is best able to handle the economy, 39% of registered voters said that they trust Republicans more. Only 27% trust Democrats more. And there are similar results when it comes to inflation and rising prices. And Americans trust Republicans more because under Joe Biden and the Democrats, inflation rose to a 40-year high of 9.1%.
Trump and House Republicans have repeatedly broken their promise to lower costs and to make life better for the American people. In fact, what they said they were going to do is that costs were going to go down on day one.
It's kind of crazy. I mean, like, just because you guys didn't promise lower prices doesn't mean you guys shouldn't have maintained lower prices, Dems. Like, let's keep it real. It's kind of like, well, we didn't run on this guy, so we don't got to do it. I mean, shouldn't you just do it anyway? Just like, the Epstein files or solving inflation and lowering prices. Here's the thing. Why did y'all talk about, the inflation problem during Kamala Harris's, campaign when that was, their fault? Isn't that kind of crazy?
Republicans have done nothing.
And even though Democrats are largely to blame for high prices, Timu Obama is like, well, why aren't Republicans lowering the prices? It's like an arsonist complaining that the fire department isn't working fast enough. Anyway, the Democrats have an X account called Fact Post News, the official rapid response page of the Democratic Party. On July 18th, they posted a list of products with the caption, Walmart has increased prices up to 51% in response to Trump's tariffs. The first item on the list is a 12-piece pots and pan set from Beautiful by Drew Barrymore, claiming that there was a price increase of 51%. However, after 5 minutes of research, I found this article from February on TheStreet.com. Walmart is selling a versatile $149 12-piece cookware set for just $99.
Hey.
And shoppers say it's the best.
Hey, nah. They pretty much said, what you mean? All we did was edit a combo pack. We added a whole 12 piece instead of just the 2. It's like, what? And y'all calling that a price increase? That's a deal.
One of our favorite picks is the beautiful 12-piece ceramic nonstick cookware set. Normally retailing for $149, right now shoppers can score the colorful cookware set for just $99. So sometimes it's $149 and sometimes it's on sale for $99. In other words, it has nothing to do with tariffs.
Oh, so it's a timing type of thing. It's like, well, yeah, during a certain time of the year it's this price, during the other time it's going to go up. So it's not nothing to do to tariffs. It's just how, I guess, their deals will work during the year.
The same with the Graco Modes Trio 3-in-1 travel system. In February, it was on sale at Walmart, marked down from $269 to $199. And now it appears the full price has changed from $269 to $299. So you could make the argument that the full price went up 11% because of tariffs, maybe. But not even CNBC, the creator of the list, knows that. Even in cases where prices on imported items increased, it's unclear if the moves were all or partly due to cost increases from tariffs. Again, CNBC doesn't know because they only conducted a surface level investigation, so their entire take is kind of worthless.
I mean, yeah, they were trying to find anything just to make tariff look bad. Like, all right, here's this Walmart post with no context or anything. We're just gonna make it seem like tariffs is raising prices across the board when it's not. You just posted Walmart deal schedule when they start lowering prices to get these things sold off.
CNBC tracked prices of about 50 products across merchandise categories, including apparel.
And don't you know there are certain products get their price raising in certain seasons? Like, what was it? Like, winter clothes are more expensive in the winter, but they're less expensive in the summer. There you go.
Electronics, toys, and groceries over 7 weeks at Walmart's Secaucus, New Jersey location. About a dozen of the items CNBC followed increased in price during that time, including a frying pan, a pair of jeans, and a car seat, according to the analysis. Then why not show a list of every product that was tracked? Well, because talking about raising prices is more hurtful to Trump and the Republicans, obviously. So, of course, the Democrats' social media team co-opted CNBC's incomplete list, and without attribution or evidence, claims that Walmart raised these prices because of Trump. But if you look closely at the list, it shows the prices of great value brand milk. What do tariffs have anything to do with milk prices? Couldn't tell you. What, did the Democrats think we're getting our milk from China or something?
China.
And by the way, Of the 13 items that CNBC listed, 7 of the items are either coffee or milk, and 2 of the items are Drew Barrymore's cheap-ass cookware. So much for variety. It should also be noted that Democrats cut off the very bottom of CNBC's list because they wouldn't want Americans to know.
They cut off the rest of the list when it said dozen large eggs. They went down 22%. I mean, swim Barbie. I mean, well, shoot. Hey, that's crazy. I thought Mateo said they was going to go ahead and pass the cost down to consumers. I guess they took it on the profit margin because they got too much competition. I mean, they got Bratz dolls. You don't think people are going to switch up the Bratz doll instead of Barbie if you make it more expensive? Like, come on now.
Know that the price of a dozen eggs was down 22%, or that swim Barbie was 25% cheaper.
Donald Trump is deeply unpopular.
Guys, you won't be able to buy your little girl a Barbie for Christmas. Man, F it. You could damn near buy her too.
Popular,
but not as unpopular as the Democrats. According to the Wall Street Journal, Democrats have the lowest approval rating in the history of their polling. The Democratic Party's image has eroded to its lowest point in more than 3 decades, with voters seeing Republicans as better at handling most issues that decide elections. The favorability rating of the Democrat Party sits at only 33%, with 63% rating the Democrats as unfavorable. The president, on the other hand, has a 46% job approval rating. And for Donald Trump, that's par for the course.
Donald Trump said that costs would go down in America on day one. He said that. And yet we've not seen a single thing done to meaningfully keep that promise.
Okay, first of all, it might surprise you that Trump didn't say that.
Starting the day I take the oath of office, I will rapidly drive prices down and we will make America affordable again. We're going to make it affordable again.
So Trump said starting on day one. But the Democrats want you to believe that Trump promised that prices would immediately go down on day one.
They're still giving Trump shit for the whole, I'm going to end the Ukraine war on day one. And I mean, yeah, boy. I mean, we're still dealing with this Ukraine war. So Trump should have said year one instead of day one. But here we are.
Some kind of magic wand or something. Regardless, President Trump is keeping his promises. Take, for example, inflation. In September 2024, inflation was at 2.4% year over year, which was a 3.5-year low. But over the next 4 months, it would jump back up to 3%. After Trump took office, the inflation rate immediately started trending downward. Yes, it did increase 0.3% month over month in June, but it has slowed significantly since President Trump took office. In fact, it was negative 0.1% in March, something that never happened during 4 years of Biden-Harris.
Inflation is up.
So even though the rate of inflation has slowed significantly since Trump took office, Democrats,
honestly, due to all this business investment too, inflation will steady either go down or stay stagnant within that 1.5 to 2% area if we continue more in business investment and not do too much in, consumer credit or, business and consumerism.
Continue to push a false narrative. On July 24th, the Democrats posted the following graphic on X with the caption, "Trump's America," claiming that because of Trump, grocery prices reached record highs in 2025. So the White House's official rapid response account pointed out that when it comes to high prices, most, if not all of the blame goes to the Democrats.
Yeah, it's like they didn't really see the own there. It's like, all right, you see this little notch up under Trump. Well, actually, here's the thing. This is still going down. These went up a little bit. Yeah. Here's a problem, though. You remember when prices was down here under Trump and then Biden came into office and everything just skyrocketed out of control? Like, y'all remember those times, Dems? Do you remember this? I know we do. I'm just wondering, do y'all?
And the Biden-Harris administration. This is what is called an unforced error. Democrats couldn't spin their way out of this one, so they were forced to delete the tweet.
Yep, the Democrat page on X deleted that. I mean, especially once everybody started pointing it out, like, you kind of self-snitched on yourself for dramatically increasing prices. I mean, look at this. Like, you not understand that this part over here is Trump, and then all this is you guys. Like, all these spikes under you guys. Yeah, I mean, y'all might want to just slow down on the criticism for a little bit. Like, you might just want to, just take a seat.
The Democrats think that you're stupid, womp. And here's the thing. The Democrats think that you're stupid and that you've completely forgotten that inflation rose 19.9% over 4 years of Joe Biden. And if the economy doesn't tank between now and the 2026 midterms, Republicans will have the advantage of campaigning on the comparison between 2 years of President Trump and 4 years of President Biden. Anyway, that's it for now. Follow me on X at Don't Walk Run. And as always, thank you so much for tuning in.
And all right, shout out to that guy, man. Shout out to that guy. Don't Walk Run Production. Make sure to follow.
Me with it. Nobody's asked me about it. It's in the news about that aspect of it, but right now it would be inappropriate to talk about it.
Right now it'd be inappropriate, he says. Not ever. Of course, Maxwell's attorney has been very clear she wants a pardon. He spoke out publicly on Friday saying that they hope Trump acts in what they say is a right and just way. And tonight, Maxwell, who is serving 20 years for her role in helping Epstein groom and abuse those underage girls, is pressing ahead with an appeal to the Supreme Court. She claims she was unlawfully prosecuted for her actions with Epstein. And while she waits to see if Trump or the Supreme Court come to her rescue, Democrats are warning of what they see as a corrupt bargain. The top Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee tonight demanding all records and transcripts from the DOJ's interviews over the past few days with Maxwell. You remember that meeting with the Assistant Attorney General, Todd Blanche, where Maxwell brought, there was a drone that actually captured this footage. She has this giant box. What is in that box? Well, Senator Durbin, the top Democrat there, pressing the Justice Department to give answers and to also commit publicly to not offering a pardon or commutation of sentence to Maxwell, saying, quote, serious questions about the potential for a corrupt bargain between the Trump administration and Ghislaine Maxwell. Well, those questions are front and center tonight, which has Trump's one-time first buddy, Elon Musk, posting a bullseye emoji to a post that reads, here's how it's about to go down. Ghislaine names a bunch of Democrats, maybe tosses in a few billionaires. Yep. She says Trump did nothing wrong.
Yep.
And then there's a picture of someone in MAGA hat with a button that reads, fell for it again award, with the text, MAGA praises her for, quote, taking down the pedophiles. Trump pardons her for, quote, telling the truth. Well, Jeff Zeleny is traveling with the president tonight out front live.
Yeah, even if she told the truth, sweetheart, you were still in it. No, we're not going to support Trump doing that. And he's not going to do it because his base is going to be against it. And all his advisors are going to tell him, yeah, if you do that, you're kind of screwing it for the Republicans, like, for a while. Unless everybody can just be like, well, that was Trump and that's not going to be the next Republican. I don't know. I think that was still low key, like, that's low key shooting the Republican Party in the foot right there if he does that.
Edinburgh, Scotland. And Jeff, the president's new explanation of his falling out with Epstein, which he really has not wanted to talk about, right? He said, oh, the reason doesn't matter. I don't want to talk about it. Now he's coming out with this that it was about hiring people who worked for him. It's raising new questions tonight.
No, really.
Aaron, it is raising new questions and certainly not answering the old ones. It was fairly notable as President Trump was sitting next to the British Prime Minister talking about Gaza, talking about Ukraine and Russia. He was asked questions because he kept the Q&A going with reporters for some 75 minutes. The questions came near the end of that period, and he was asked these questions, and he talked at length about this, simply adding more oxygen to what has been a political crisis, at the very least, that the White House has been trying to get beyond. And clearly, even an ocean away does not allow the president to do that. But adding those new details is certainly going to keep this alive. But Aaron, I was struck by the president that he's had so many inconsistencies about, whether he'd been briefed about his name being in the files. And he said when he landed here in Scotland on Friday evening, he had not been briefed. Of course, the White House acknowledged that he had been briefed by the Attorney General. But today he said something new. He said, well, you know, any name in there could be a hoax. Someone else put names in there. So certainly laying the predicate, the groundwork for the potential eventual release of his name being in the file. So that was notable as well. But certainly the explanation for why they parted ways back in 2004. Some people who were close to them had long believed it was a real estate deal. The president said that they were, he tried to hire some of his people. So again, the bottom line is the president's here. Certainly not answering questions, and he'll have them waiting for him when he gets back to Washington. Aaron.
Oh, absolutely. And so important, as you point out, talking about, you know, names being inserted into the files and laying the predicate for it being somehow a hoax, the word he likes to use, as to his name being in there, which he was briefed on in May, as we're aware, by the Attorney General. Jeff, thank you so much, reporting from Edinburgh there. Tara Palmieri is back with us. She has reported extensively on Epstein and Maxwell. Lulu Garcia.
All right, guys, and let's get into this Piers Morgan debate, because I know Megyn Kelly kind of scorched the earth on the whole Epstein file debacle. So let's get right into it. And guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, just send $2 and up. I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's keep it going.
The last time I was on with you, Piers, I think I said that I would dress as a full clown if the stock market in 18 months had not rebounded. We are, as I speak to you right now, at an all-time high.
The level of fascistic cruelty with regard to the immigrant population here is more horrifying than I ever could have even anticipated.
Israel, whether it realizes it or not, has made itself the villain of the world. Time to wrap it up.
A lot of deals get done on the golf course, and President Trump's golfing trip to Scotland is proving to be no exception. Trump shook hands on a new trade agreement with the EU at Turnberry yesterday. Today, it was British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer's turn. Starmer is a terrible golfer and reportedly very sensibly declined the opportunity to show the world and Donald Trump this fact. There's a solid handicap when it comes to avoiding Trump's wrath. Both leaders agreed to work together on the escalating starvation crisis in Gaza, and Trump said that Putin's deadline for ending the war in Ukraine is to be dramatically cut to just 10 or 12 days.
Save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved. We did some airlifts before, some airdrops, and the people are running for it. And the prime minister is going to help us. They're very effective with that. I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting. There's no reason in waiting. It's 50 days. I want to be generous, but we just don't see any progress being made.
Well, back in the US, debate is somehow still raging over the decision by CBS to cancel Stephen Colbert's Late Show. The New York Post reported yesterday on how the loss-making show has hosted 176 Democrats and just one Republican since 2022, a period in which the Democratic Party became ever more unpopular. Trump's critics say that Paramount is pandering to the president so that he'll sign off its $8 billion sale, citing a dictatorial chilling effect on press freedom. This is the same Paramount which just paid $1.5 billion for South Park, whose creators were cowed into airing shameless pro-Trump propaganda in their latest episode.
Really? It's pro-Trump propaganda. I mean, I actually watched that South Park episode. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty damn funny. But at the end, they took it a bit too far. I mean, I could show y'all the video, but I would automatically get age restricted. But let's be real, like, you look it up. Look up the end of South Park Trump video. Bro, they took it a bit too far, but it was still freaking hilarious.
Hey, what the fuck is this, better?
This is the painting you asked for, sir.
Why is my dick so small?
But that's the size it is in the photo.
Get this guy out of here! I'm gonna sue you! I'm gonna sue both of you!
Yeah, they look really cowed, don't they? Well, Trump has been so successful in forcing his most prominent critics off air that only one or two now remain. Jimmy Kimmel, Seth Meyers, John Oliver, Jon Stewart, Bill Maher, Anderson Cooper, Laura Coates, Jake Tapper, Joe Scarborough, Mika Brzezinski, Rachel Maddow, Ari Melba, Stephanie Rule, Ali Velshi, Chris Hayes, everybody on The View. I could go on and on. It really is beginning to feel like North Korea, isn't it? Well, joining me to discuss all this is the host of the Megyn Kelly Show, Megyn Kelly. Megyn, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. How you doing, Piers?
I'm good. I was just watching Donald Trump back in my homeland of the United Kingdom, up in Scotland. And I was thinking as I watched him just riffing for about an hour, there has never been a world leader ever that does this the way Trump does it, who can just field questions for hour after hour, talk about all range of issues, and make so much news at the same time. He's an extraordinary performer as a politician, isn't he?
It's completely refreshing, and it is unlike anything we've ever seen before. And you can almost see foreign leaders admiring him, like watching him do this. Like, you know, the head of NATO seemed completely enamored with Trump and his strength and his comfort level in communicating, in talking about his plans. He has almost nothing to hide. I mean, let's
be real. All the problems that Trump is fixing, these guys want to fix them damn selves. That's the problem. They want to fix all the problems in their country that Trump is fixing in ours. And I'm be real with you. They're low key like looking at him going like, man, how are you doing it? How are you bringing all this investment into the United States? And I would pretty much tell them, well, when you got leverage like the United States, it is what it is. You just got to learn how to use it.
Downside for Trump, it does stand out when he comments on something that he clearly doesn't really want to go there on, like Epstein. Then it's like blaring, because it sounds so much different than the way he normally sounds. But on 99% of the subjects that he gets asked about or even brings up himself, he doesn't care. He'll tell you whatever he can tell you. He also knows, in my experience, the lines. Like, I can see him go right up to the line on the classified information and yet not cross it. I can see him in legal debates with snarky reporters who think they know better than Trump does what the law is, and I know what the law is. Try to push him, and Trump will say what he can say, and then he'll put just the right legal qualifier on it. He's very clever. He doesn't get enough credit for it because he communicates more like the common man, which is his gift, right? So everyone can understand and relate to him. But he has definitely a high level of intelligence and knows.
You ask the Dems, they can't understand a word that man's saying for some reason.
What he's doing.
You know, I been on Bill Maher's show just after he'd been to see Trump at the White House.
I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, the fact that this is how you know Trump has brought respect, well, to him and the USA. All the trade deals that you said Trump wasn't going to get from what? The UK, China. You said China was going to win the trade war. They're the first one who capitulated. I mean, we got the deal with UK. EU done capitulated after they were trying to grandstand. So let's be real. The man didn't gain respect on the world stage because of all the deals that you guys said he wasn't get, that they said that he wasn't going to get. He got them.
And right around the time the global tariff war was commenced by Trump. And Bill Maher was very scathing about that, as I defended him over the trip to see Trump at the White House. But he was scathing about the tariffs. He never thought it was going to be anything other than financial chaos. And I saw today there are quotes coming out from Bill Maher, you know, that he was so wrong about the tariffs. The stock markets have never been higher. Yeah. We've seen the deal announced with the EU. Things are moving with China. You know, and it just said to me again with Trump, the thing that people need to exercise more with Trump is patience. That sometimes amid the apparent chaos, there's a real plan. And if you give him enough time, it can actually work. And it looks to me like this tariff war, as people phrased it, is working. If you're an American, this seems to be working very well.
Here's the thing is the main opponent was China. And we got China not only to drop their tariffs, but to open their economy up to our products, zero tariff, and we got them to continue sending those magnets that we need for our devices. So everything that China threatened, they kind of took away. Even when they put the 125% tariff on, you know, American imports, they had to immediately take that off because they need American imports to make their products.
For America.
Yes, patience and an open mind. And unfortunately, when it comes to Trump, almost no one has the latter, at least no one who's not already a fan. You know, on tariffs, it's a good example, Piers, because I'll tell you, this is not my area of expertise. I'm not an econ kind of gal. This is not the kind of analysis I'm known for. So when it came to the tariffs, my own takeaway was, let's just watch. Let's do watchful waiting, as they say, and see.
Now, I have a bit of a history in economics, and the thing is, like, as soon as everybody starts talking about tariffs outside, like, really, like, wrongfully, like, erroneously, I was just pretty much trying to tell people, like, yo, tariffs don't just work in one direction. Like, I'm not saying that it can't get passed down to the consumer. I'm just saying that it most likely doesn't. And one is due to industry specific, and two, it does seem like these suppliers are either reducing their prices, or the importers, the companies who are bringing these products in, or reducing their profit margin, or taking a hit on their overhead. And prices have not risen. So you guys kept saying that, oh no, prices are going to dramatically rise in correlation to the tariffs. That didn't happen. You guys say that the supplier won't reduce their prices, or the importers won't take it to the profit margin. That's exactly what they did. I mean, guys, all this tariff derangement syndrome, come on now. It got to stop at some point.
How it plays out, because I have no idea. And I had the distinct impression that no one else really had any idea either. The reason Donald Trump was hired is because he does things differently. He is an outside of the box thinker. He is known for his negotiations, and he's very tough in negotiations. And so I thought there actually is a chance he knows better. There actually is a chance he could come up with some good deals here, because his transactional nature of approaching everything, especially when it comes to anything involving money, could be really useful to the United States. People said, oh, but these are our friends. And Trump's response was, well, our friends are taking advantage of us. And as it turns out, he was very right. You take Japan as one example, where you can't go.
Here's the thing, though. If Trump didn't have leverage, then why are these countries like giving up to these crazy deals that overly benefit us? We're talking about we're keeping tariffs of 10 to 20% on them, and they're opening up our market to us tariff-free. Import limitation, import ban free. It goes against this whole narrative that, oh, America thinks they're hot shit. They don't got nothing to offer for real. We can go other places. Y'all didn't. And y'all accepted a deal that overly benefited us. So trust me, guys, I'm being pretty accurate in my analysis. If you guys don't, I understand that you don't like to hear that. Well, Trump's tariff plan actually worked out. I'm sorry, but it actually worked out.
Past a street corner in any American city without seeing Toyotas for sale.
Bro, last month we have a $29 billion surplus off the tariff revenue. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but it definitely worked out. Maybe something bad will happen further down the line. Like I said, like you Dems like to say, you want to push the goal post further and further, 3 months, 6 months, now set, wait a year. We'll see.
The United States. People said, oh, but these are our friends. And Trump's response was, well, our friends are taking advantage of us. And as it turns out, he was very right. You take Japan as one example, where you can't go past a street corner in any American city without seeing Toyotas for sale. And yet we could not sell cars in Japan, not because of tariffs, but because of all the other restrictions they put on the sale of American vehicles. Well, why did we put up with that? What kind of friendship is that? And so now we've renegotiated with Japan, and things that look a lot.
Then they just spread the false propaganda of, oh, American cars are trash. Nobody really wants American cars. Like, no, you guys don't let them in, and you keep us out of your economy to protect your own, which is cool. I mean, we're not mad at you, but then when you go spread false rumors about American engineering, that's where things get a bit offensive. But oh no, y'all about to find out now. The barrier's down, and we coming in.
Different. In fact, our deal with them looks very much like the deal he just announced.
Chevy's in Tokyo, baby. Chevy's in Tokyo.
That we struck with the EU, which, notwithstanding all these predictions of store shelves are going to be empty, it's going to be economic Armageddon, we've won. The Europeans wanted reciprocal zero tariffs. Trump said no. He said, I want 15. Then they said, okay, how about 10? He said, no, 15 and zero tariffs by you guys on our goods. And that's the deal we just cut. And the reason that the Europeans cut it is because our market is so huge, it's worth it. They want access to it. But on top of that, they're going to be doing billions of dollars of investment into the United States. Like, it's a multi-layer deal, which is extremely lucrative for the.
Yeah, of course. Like, bro, the EU deal, I mean, especially the Japan deal, these actually come with investments. I believe the EU is donating $650 billion in the US into, I believe, our, what was it? They're actually, no, my bad. They're purchasing $650 billion in US energy. basically in our oil and nuclear energy and other renewable energies and all that good stuff. And well, with Japan, I mean, they're giving us $550 billion to set up, well, whatever, I guess, with pharmaceuticals and auto parts and manufacturing and auto. But here's the thing, they get 10% of whatever profit we make off that investment. So it's somewhat of a fair deal. We keep 90, they keep 10, but we're building everything in America.
United States. And it's not just Japan and it's not just Europe. Trump's struck a bunch of deals in Asia, which make China less important to us, which have increased our trading presence over there. And no one's really fluttering an eyelid in response to these tariffs, which is just padding the bottom line here in the United States. For the first time in June, we were in the black on our monthly balance sheet, Piers, which we haven't been in forever because of the—
like since 2015 or 16 or so, they said we have not been in a surplus. But last month in June, we was in a $29 billion surplus. And we ain't been like that in almost 10 years. Well, about 10 years.
Tariffs. So now even his critics are starting to admit, holy, you know what? They're working.
Yeah, it's like a son of a bitch moment. It's like, God damn it, man. We did all that shit talking and Trump ended up being right. Huh. All that fear mongering just for this man to be right in every way, shape, and form. At this point, just wait for the jobs to come back and then they're really going to be hurt. Which they shouldn't be because it's opportunity for them as well. But I mean, they're going to be hurt just because Trump is right, which is amazing because he's right about something that would be good for Americans.
By his little monologue he did about being a peacemaker, because people seem to forget how unusual it is to see a Republican president in particular who constantly tries to forge peace rather than perhaps some of his predecessors who preferred to forge war. And you see it almost everywhere. This is a president who does not believe that warfare is anything other than a bad thing. Yes, sometimes you have to be strong and defend yourself, but ultimately it is not a good thing for America to engage in endless foreign wars. They're expensive, both in human life cost, both in financial cost. And I look at what he's doing now with Putin. You know, I've said to people for a while, just watch him with Putin, because if Putin keeps pushing him and he keeps openly mocking him by having cordial conversations on the phone and then bombing that out of Kyiv that night, if he keeps doing that, he will tip Trump into a place where I think Trump now is, where forget the 50 days we were going to wait. You've got 10 to 12, and then I'm going to do something. I think this is a significant moment for Putin.
I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, what else are we going to do? We already tried to assassinate the man. And because of that, that's the whole reason why Putin has not come to the table lately. And he's just been dragging Trump along, because ever since that assassination attempt, off my speculation, I say that one, Putin no longer trusts Trump to actually work fairly, because he's always going to be on NATO or Ukraine's side. And since Putin has a huge distrust for NATO, and NATO's the one helping Ukraine, because NATO is actually the one who helped Ukraine pull off that Trojan horse drone operation inside of Russia. Yeah, Putin's not hearing it anymore, and he's kind of just trying to play Trump along, trying to see if he can just wrap this up within that 50 days. And now that Trump has cut it down to 10 days, I actually wonder what Putin's going to do. I mean, before you know, the man can start pulling out hypersonic missiles and jets for all we know. And we're in a situation.
I think so too. And it's funny because I think Democrats couldn't take Trump at his word on I'm not for forever wars or wars at all, because they can't get it through their heads that Trump is really secretly a Democrat. I mean, like, he grew up a Democrat. He was a Democrat for most of his adult voting life. He wound up being more conservative in his older years and ran as a Republican. But let's face it, he's been a Democrat far more of his life than he's been a Republican. And notwithstanding the fact that he shares a lot of Democratic ideals, they loathed him because he's not woke, and the way he spoke about immigrants and women and you name it, right? That they just couldn't get it through their heads that he might actually be aligned with them on some of their own ideals. And the war footing is the perfect example, right? Because it's like they, up until recently, styled themselves as more of the peacenik as between the Democrat and the Republican parties. And that's what Trump is, notwithstanding his lack of timidity when it comes to pinpoint strikes or showing military strength in the right circumstance, like the Iranian nuclear sites, like Soleimani, like Baghdadi. He's not afraid to unleash American power, but he gets in and he gets out. He has no desire to linger. And I've jokingly called Trump like the Rodney King president when it comes to foreign policy, who's this man who was brutally beaten out in LA riots. And he came out and said, can't we all just get along? That's kind of Trump. That's his approach to everybody. Can't we get along? Like he goes into the Middle East, into Gaza, the middle of Gaza and Israel, and says, let's just get along. We'll build Gaza, the Mara Gaza.
I will admit, it's kind of when he went to Saudi Arabia, he went in front of the Qatar leaders and the Saudi Arabian leaders and UAE leaders and was like, look, man, look, we're no longer going to judge you for your lifestyle. Go ahead and keep your Islam lifestyle. We're going to try to be peaceful with you guys. We're not going to sit here and judge you guys or sanction you guys for not following our way of life. We're going to cut the bullshit with that, but you guys got to stop being terrorists. I mean, well, he didn't specifically say that, but he might as well threw that one in there.
The sea, I'll take it over. Everyone can prosper. He goes to Saudi Arabia. Most of the 9/11 hijackers were trained in Saudi Arabia and were Saudi. And what does he say? It's only 25 years later. It's not that much, later that he goes over there and says, let's make each other super rich. We can get along. The Democrats just can't see it clearly because they have TDS. It's very hard to get past the TDS. But to me, this is exactly how American power should be wielded. He's not afraid to drop it. And one other point on Putin. I completely agree with every word you just said. And the thing with Trump is, to his credit, he needed time to get there on his own. All these other swaggering so-called experts walked in there and tried to demand that he take a much more bellicose stance against Putin from the beginning. That's not how Trump operates. He's more of a negotiator. He was kind of approaching it with kind of nasty to our friends and kind to our enemies as a tactic to try to get the enemies to put their guard down and strike deals and so on.
Yeah, which he did in Saudi Arabia. He kind of dubbed Netanyahu and he said, look, I'm going to go talk to the Saudis, the guys you don't like. I'm going to go talk to all the people you don't like. Just see if I can work some type of peace deal out. Kind of shade Bibi to kind of work with, the guys that he don't like to try to get some type of peace in the Middle East. And you got to respect the effort. But Lord knows Netanyahu does not want that.
And as the man who's actually going to have to provide the bombs that are going to kill a lot of people or inch, God forbid, the United States closer to a posture in which we're looking at a direct conflict with Russia, which literally no one over here wants other than the Lindsey Grahams of the world. He had to be convinced himself that Putin was not a guy with whom he could make a deal. And you can see Trump now, after 6 months, which is not a lot of time, clearly getting there.
You mentioned Gaza there. I was struck again by Trump today because I've had a position on this whole war from the start, that what happened on October the 7th was utterly horrific, that of course Israel had to defend itself with force, which they did. But I kept saying from the start, for a few months, I don't know what a proportionate response is. It seemed like the response was overwhelming. And at what point would that cease to be proportionate? And I've been really dismayed in the last few months by the way it seems to me that the Israeli government has moved from a position of self-defense to one of just obliterating Gaza, perhaps expelling all Palestinians, as people like Smotrich and the government are now openly saying, and starving children. And
it was about, first off, we got to defend the mosque, we got to take out a mosque. There's 25,000 of a mosque and 50,000 dead Palestinians and about 300,000 of them missing later. We're still out here trying to protect ourselves from a mosque and eliminate a mosque. It's bro. I mean, Israel, you can't do all that and say, yeah, we're still going after a mosque. I mean, do you need help or something? What's going on here? Because 25,000 now, how much you think there are after you them recklessly bombed the Palestinians? I'm pretty sure them recruitment numbers then went up at that point.
I don't think the two things are incompatible. I think you can be supportive of Israel's right to defend itself, and you can support what Israel did with Hezbollah and what they did with Iran, as I have done.
I mean, the pager thing they did with Hezbollah was pretty badass, I will admit. I mean, it was wild, and yes, it did hurt innocent civilians, but it was a crazy operation. I mean, bro, blowing up the bleepers, the pagers, that's crazy.
But also be incredibly concerned by these images coming out of Gaza now of starving people. Where do you sit with this, Megan? Because it is complex. I don't, for a moment, suggest this is easy in any way. But where do you sit with what is going on now with Gaza?
Well, I'm always reluctant to put too much stock in the images coming out of Gaza, that phrase, because they're manipulated and they're masters of propaganda, and they're fine having their own children starve just as long as they can put them on camera and show them off to the world. That's Hamas. And frankly, it's a lot of Palestinians. So I'm very skeptical of taking those images at face value and saying it's Israel's fault. Having said that, It's time. It's time now. Israel, whether it realizes it or not, has made itself the villain of the world in letting this thing go on so long. They have lost support amongst their dearest friends. And even the entire Democrat Party here in the United States has turned against.
Here's the thing, though. They lost all their support with most of the younger generation of Republicans and most definitely liberals. Most definitely liberals. So, like, and the younger generation is going to be the one pretty much voting on these new, spending bills to Israel, humanitarian aid support, like military support. And let's be real, if you kind of leave a bad taste in our mouths about this whole, Gaza situation, hey, man, we finally get a young president. Don't be surprised if Israel support get cut off. That's all I'm saying. I mean, just wait till the younger generation gets in there. If the older generation even allows that, you never know. You never know.
Them, and they're losing Republicans by the day here in America, which is their most important ally. So whether the fight continues to be just or not is almost irrelevant. As Trump said when he was running this time last year, not yet elected, time to wrap it up. And that's how I feel too. And I've given Israel a long berth. I fully understand, as an American who was attacked on 9/11, my country was that, when you attack the United States and you kill thousands of our citizens, and Israel was in this position on 10/7, it's fine to respond, and it doesn't have to be proportionate. Whoever said it has to be proportionate? It can be overwhelming force to teach a lesson to any enemy. You mess with us, it's going to be extremely painful, disproportionately painful for you. I have no problem with that.
I mean, I understand that too. I mean, they took out 1,500. Y'all could take out 15,000. I wouldn't have been tripping about that. I'd be like, that's a good lesson to teach them. But 50. I mean, and then we got 300,000 plus missing. So the death toll might be anywhere from 100K to 200K at the end of the day. And now this is like, this is unproportional. Like, you can't even make sense of it. Like I said, 1,500 died on October 7th. Cool. We'd have been cool with 15,000, 20,000, but 50. All right. Yeah, pushing it.
But what Israel's doing now is losing its standing with the rest of the world. And it can sit in its corner and claim that it's morally justified and it has the, upper hand and all. But it's too late. It's lost. It's starting to lose too, even with its closest friends. Its moral reputation, its moral high ground. And as Trump said a year ago, time to wrap it up.
Yeah, completely agree. Let's talk quickly about Jeffrey Epstein. It seems to me the biggest problem with the Epstein scandal for Trump, which has obviously divided his entire base. A lot of people on the right in America just, squabbling with each other about this. It seems to me the problem is probably nothing to do with anything Trump ever did with Epstein. I don't think he's ever done anything criminal with Jeffrey Epstein. It's the way they've handled the scandal has been so bad, leading everybody up to the water's edge and then not giving anyone a drink. It's like rule one of how not to play out a scandal. What do you think?
Completely agree. This is self-inflicted. First of all, nobody told Pam Bondi she had to issue that memo in the middle of a slow news summer where people would, of course, predictably be digesting it and the Republican base be horrified by it for the entire summer. That's really how this has unfolded. And whoever told the Justice Department that this could somehow be buried and that people would move on and that the Trump administration could get away with that ridiculous 2-page summation of you're not getting any more information because there's no there should be fired. That person is an idiot and didn't understand the Republican base, certainly the core MAGA base. And by the way, their hackles have been up and their interest in this story has been at a peak, in large part because of the two men Trump put in charge of his FBI. There were no bigger proponents of there being more to the Epstein story than Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. And it's actually one of the reasons why the Republicans were so thrilled to see them get put in charge of the FBI. So you reap what you sow. And if they had gotten in there and determined there actually is no there, oh my gosh, it's very different actually being, in a governing position versus being a podcaster. And they worked with Bondi and said, my God, we're going to have some egg on our face because we were the ones who fanned this flame. There was a way of handling it by having a full-blown presser where we could have asked whatever questions we wanted to ask. And sure, the diehard, quote-unquote, conspiracy theorists will never be satisfied because that's not how conspiracy theorists work. They're never satisfied ever, no matter how much information is disclosed. The vast majority of Epstein pushers, which I would say is 80% of the group, would have said, fine, we've gotten what we're going to get. It was mishandled from the start. And that's why there was a day on that Friday, early July, where Dan Bongino said behind the scenes, it's either Bondi or me, but one of us is going. And the only reason he stayed was because he received administrative assurances that she would release more, that the administration would do more to satisfy what Dan thought were his own detractors. In any event, now the president's very annoyed that it won't go away. It won't go away because of the way he's handled it. Everybody knows when you handle a scandal, the first thing to do is get out there early, get out there fully, answer all the questions, and then for the rest of the time say, oh, I've answered everything. I've answered everything. Well, we know that's not true. So it's drip, drip, drip. The first move was, well, okay, we'll seek the grand jury transcripts in Epstein and Maxwell and their criminal proceedings, knowing that the judge was highly unlikely to release those. And indeed, that's what's happened. They've said no. Now it's, we'll go talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, fine, she's talking to them, but what really does she have? Wouldn't she have offered it up already? People are shocked. No one ever went to talk to her during the course of the criminal trials. Well, if she had something she was willing to give up that she thought could save her freedom, don't you think her people would have called the DOJ? So now can we really—
I mean, like I said, though, miracles could happen, and she could have had a come into Jesus moment, and she's like, you know what? Let me repent for my actions. Very unlikely. Most likely there is some type of duplicitous, a reason why she wants to do this. But I mean, on the positive side of things,
trust anything this woman says when it's either this, give something up or someone up or spend 20 years in jail. So they've really created this own pickle for themselves. And we still haven't had a presser by Pam Bondi or even a long form interview. So it's hard to have a lot of sympathy for the complaints of why won't this go away?
Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Natural, makers of the
and let's be, I don't know, everybody's talking about, it's a pardon's coming next for sure. Set, you come on now. I'm like, yeah, no. Limited immunity, sure. I mean, I'm surprised you didn't put an expedited sentence. I'm surprised y'all didn't say that. I mean, that damn near be the same thing as a pardon, and I would disagree with that too, to be quite honest.
About Stephen Colbert, because Stephen Colbert got canned, it seemed to me, for very obvious reasons. One, his ratings sucked. Second, he'd been boring his viewers to tears with the constant anti-Trump diatribes. Thirdly, he was costing $40 million a year off the bottom line for CBS. I mean, any one of those would be enough to turf somebody out. But the idea that they're now all making him some kind of martyr, right? And that Donald Trump has cost him his job and forced him out. Well, in a way he has, not for the reasons the left are saying. He's done it because of Colbert's obsession with Trump bashing, which just got so hyper-partisan.
I mean, let's be real, though. I mean, I was a bit surprised because I'm just like, well, let's be real. There's a lot of YouTubers who make good money off Trump bashing, but I do get it. I mean, it's not going to draw the biggest crowd, I guess, when it comes to television. But on YouTube, it does pretty well. I mean, like, what about that David Pakman, that Brian Tyler guy? I mean, they do pretty well. Bashing Trump all goddamn day. But I guess that's different from being, having your own show and people putting millions into your show. I mean, the only people that put into those guys' show is most likely them and maybe, whatever Democratic, guys donate to them.
But in the end, the public went, I don't want to watch this anymore. And as Jay Leno said today, actually the late night shows from him, back to Johnny Carson and others, at their peak, they used to tease everybody. But what they didn't do was take obvious politically partisan positions. Well, what do you think quickly about Stephen Colbert?
I think he's the same as CNN. He killed his own career. Trump was Kevorkian. He was sitting right next to him with the suicide machine saying, this is how it works. If you want to do it, I'll show you. But it was CNN and it was Colbert who said, yes, let me press the button and cause my own professional demise. That's really what's happened there. He decided to go for applause instead of laughs. And that's the beginning of the end for any comedian. And by the way, if this really were some Trump scheme to just take down Stephen Colbert because he told mean jokes about him in late night, or so-called jokes about him in late night, why wouldn't he have gone after Kimmel when ABC News was begging to settle with Trump over his lawsuit against ABC's George Stephanopoulos? Why, if it was a vendetta against people who say nasty things about Trump on CBS, does Gayle King still have her job? Why does Scott Pelley, who is the headliner over at—
Because they still make their job, because I'm pretty sure they're still pulling in some type of net profit, like some type of profit. Unlike Colbert, who's running these guys at a net 40 million a year. Oh yeah, you'd be gone. I mean, they were being nice. Here's the thing: they're still paying this man, and his show's going all the way out until May 2026. So he's still getting some money. He just got to find something else to do, or just retire, for that time.
60 Minutes still have.
Hey, and shout out to Kyle Johnson for the thumbs up, the 2 thumbs up. Hey, appreciate that. Appreciate the support, my man. Not a lot of people utilize the gifts. Super chat, like you throw dollars, the gifts, you could throw, cents, and you get a nice little picture up on here, and it's cute and it's fun. Why not?
This job. Why doesn't Margaret Brennan, who antagonizes Trump administration officials every Sunday, though she's incredibly stupid and actually very helpful to Trump net, but why does she still have her job? If he wanted to get rid of the people on CBS who are taking shots at him unfairly, you'd go up and down the line. You get Norah O'Donnell out of there too. These 2 women who tried to tank the vice presidential debate against J.D. Vance. You could do all day on the CBS News people who are unfair to Trump. It was not some vendetta against Stephen Colbert. His show was losing $40 million a year. It cost $100 million to make. He had 200 staffers. Piers, you and I used to be.
Oh yeah, I'd start. Why didn't you start firing people? Like, they're putting $100 million, and you're only pretty much producing $60 million, which means you're costing these guys $40 million. Man, you should start firing people left and right.
Across from each other in prime time. When I was doing the Kelly File, you know how many staffers we had on the Kelly File? You know how many producers we had? And on a given moment, between 9 and 12. They have 200 to make that show. And guess how much money the Kelly File made when I was on it between 13 and 17? It netted $100 million back then. So that's how you keep your job. Stephen Colbert had 200 employees and was losing $40 million a year. That will get you fired all day, every day on any television show in America.
Yeah. Finally, you made a bit of news yourself. As I walked in to do this today, you've just hired a good friend of mine who was brilliant in her previous role, Hope Hicks, the former Trump press secretary, is going to run your burgeoning global media empire. And it comes at a time, other than congratulations on a great hire, because I think Hope's fantastic. But other than that, there's a brilliant thing that's come out. Time magazine has released its list of the top 100 podcasters ever. These are the most innovative, influential, informative listens in the history of podcast medium. Do you know who they didn't include on there, Megan? Out of 100, Joe Rogan, who's probably the most famous podcaster in the history of the medium. Megyn Kelly, Ben Shapiro, Brett Cooper, Candace Owens, Theo Von, me. Nobody actually out there who does not toe the woke liberal line made the top 100 ever. And if a list ever laid bare the obvious problem with mainstream media, it's right there. It's there. The combination of
to not name Joe Rogan the #1 podcast in the world, even if you don't like the man, I'm be honest with you, you can't disrespect the numbers. You can hate, but you can't disregard the numbers. And the numbers does put him as the biggest podcast in the world. It is what it is, guys. You can go ahead and accept that now, but it's disrespectful that they didn't even put that man on there. But I'm pretty sure Joe Rogan don't care.
And he's left-leaning late-night hosts, and the fact that in a list by Time Magazine of 100 top podcasters, they leave us out, but they leave Joe Rogan out, the #1 podcast in the world. What do you think of that? Finally.
Well, I think it's predictable. And it's funny because the left, when more honest, will lament how strong we all are and is constantly saying they've got to find their own version of Joe Rogan, of Megyn Kelly, of Piers Morgan. They got to find their own. So wait, if we're so important and relevant that they need, in order to win more elections, to find their own version of us, how do none of us make the list? And I actually did look at this the other day because I found it so amusing. Do you sense any theme in the ones that they selected? The New York Times is The Daily. Here's one, Code Switch, Unpacking Race in America. Who hasn't listened to that one, Piers? The Ezra Klein Show, another New York Post. Okay, Fresh Air from NPR, Pivot with...
All right, now I do listen to some liberal podcasters, but I ain't never heard of these guys. Or some, I also do listen to liberal, political pundits. I mean, I do kind of like Sam Cedar a little bit, but let's be real, I ain't never heard of none of these guys.
Swisher, Slate's podcast about Audio Book Club, This American Life. All of them are far left. And the woman who was the correspondent for Time who made the selections focuses for her living on culture, society, and gender. She writes extensively on feminism, diversity, and the Me Too movement, has written, for example, at length on the evolution of Barbie. That is how we did not make the list. And these other irrelevant people did.
Yeah, you just weren't woke enough. You just weren't talking about the right things as well. I mean, come on now. You know how important Barbie is to the world.
Wait, you know what, Megan? I've got a new book coming out in the fall called Woke is Dead. I look forward to discussing that with you on your increasingly globally renowned podcast when it comes out.
Can't wait.
I'm joined now by the founder of Outkick, Clay Travis, and by Crystal Ball, the co-host of Breaking Points. Welcome to both of you. Crystal Ball, let me start with you. The Democrats have just crashed to a new 35-year low in popularity. Trump has just announced a new trade deal with the EU, which is more advantageous to America than the previous deal. Are you prepared to give Trump any credit today?
I will give him credit for humiliating the Europeans effectively, but
No, sis. You know what? I can't even blame him for that type of criticism, because he did make the EU look like a bunch of, like, well, honestly, like a bunch of, man, I'm just gonna say like a bunch of bitches. Like, how y'all do all that grandstanding? Oh, we can go somewhere else. We can do this. No, we're gonna put tariffs on you, and then you guys just capitulate like this. No tariff on our products. We got tariff on yours. We got all the opening into y'all economy, but you guys got to pay that 15, or the importer got to pay that 15, or supplier got to lower their prices down to that 15 because we keeping our tariff revenue. I mean, yeah, you guys did kind of like what's out. But hey, no, we appreciate it though. And we appreciate the investment. So shout out to the EU and shout out Europe. We appreciate y'all. But you did kind of what's out.
But in terms of delivering for the American people, I mean, remember what we were sold originally? 90 deals in 90 days. How did that work out? And now we're going to have tariffs put on, especially key pharmaceuticals coming out of Europe, not to mention European cars. So what you're likely to see is prices go up for your average working class American. So no, for the American people, I think that this is not even close to a win.
And reducing the number of people coming in illegally on the southern border from 10 million in 4 years to, I think it was 6,000 last month. You give him credit for that?
He certainly has cracked down on the border, no doubt about it. But, you know, the cruelty of this immigration system, we're learning more and more about the men who were sent to C-COT with no due process, who were raped and tortured and abused. We're learning more about the conditions in Alligator Alcatraz. I mean, it's a horror show, which is exactly why the American people are revolting against all of his immigration policies across the board, even though that had previously been a strength for him.
I mean, I would love for them to actually say names of guys who are being raped in that El Salvadorian high security prison. But then again, I mean, that's their problem, not our. I mean, hey, they ain't getting raped in our prison. I mean, that's El Salvador's problem. They getting raped down there in El Salvador. I mean, it's sad. I hate to hear it, but let El Salvador deal with that.
All right, Clay Travis.
And the nurse.
One of the problems, it seems to me, for the Democrats is their unwillingness to give Trump credit when he gets things right. The Trump dementia or derangement syndrome, as people call it, it is a real thing, isn't it? Because I think they would get so much better in terms of a relationship with Trump, with themselves, if they were just able to give him credit where he deserves it.
Well, first, the last time I was on with you, Piers, I think I said that I would dress as a full clown if the stock market in 18 months had not rebounded to where it was on election day. We are, as I speak to you right now, at an all-time high. I think you're right. And by the way,
I mean, he did say that. He said, "I would wear a clown outfit if in 2 months we're not in it, where we have not regained what we lost in that first week of Liberation Day, where the stock market took a dip and the Dems were losing their shit." So yeah, I mean, congratulations, bro. You don't have to wear a clown suit because, well, we're seeing record highs.
I don't know if anybody else on that show who disagreed with me is willing to put on the clown nose, but maybe they should. I hope they at least didn't sell their stocks, despite the fact they were telling everybody else to do it. But yeah, look, Trump ran primarily, Piers, on three things. He ran on the economy, he ran on border, he ran on crime. On the economy, we're at record highs in the stock market. Inflation is basically beaten down to about 2.5%. On the border, as you just mentioned, there are no illegals coming in at all. We are deporting violent illegal criminals at record rates. And on crime, it's not getting a ton of attention, but we are on pace in the United States potentially for the lowest murder rate, lowest violent crime rate in the 21st century if these numbers can hold for the remainder of this calendar year. I don't see how you could look at those three things and not say, hey, first 6 months of Trump, it's not a disaster. We've also started to lessen the amount of war. There are less people dying.
Well, let's be real. The Dems are kind of running off this whole ICE thing of, oh, the ICE are just kidnapping people off the street. They're acting unlawful. This is Trump's secret police. I mean, man, it's like the Ayatollah up in this bitch. But no. ICE is just enforcing the immigration law that you guys, well, you didn't really care that Biden wasn't enforcing them. So I mean, now that they're being enforced, you guys are a little bit shell shocked. I understand. Y'all went through 4 years of immigration law not being upheld in these sanctuary cities. Now that things are turning back to normal, you're shell shocked. You're surprised. You're like, what? How could ICE do this to these immigrants? This must be unlawful. No. The law just wasn't being followed for 4 years straight. That's all. It's okay, Dems. It's okay.
He managed to destabilize the Iranian government and take back their chances of getting nuclear weapons without a single loss of life. I can't think, Piers, in my life, I'm 46, of a better 6 months presidency than what we've seen from Trump so far.
Where would you criticize him, Clay?
If I were going to criticize him, it would probably be that I think on the Epstein case, I think that they totally overpromised and underdelivered, and I think it has knocked them off their stride. I think Pam Bondi with phase one on the binders, whoever okayed that, it was a colossal misstep that has created a mess of their own creation that was unnecessary and that they could have addressed in a more succinct, honest way with the public. But if you take that off the calendar, I think you can say, look, the Senate has not moved as aggressively as they should have to confirm his judges. They're not moving at a very good pace there. I think you can address issues on that front. But I think in general, if I were giving him a letter grade, I'd give him an A, maybe not an A plus, but an A. And again, I think it's the best first 6 months of any president in my life.
I don't know. If I was to give Trump a personal grade, I'd probably give him a B plus, a very strong 89%. Like, 1 percentage point away from an A minus. I'd say, well, due to immigration policy is good. The economy is doing well. Foreign policy could use a little bit of work. And I mean, the DOJ and the FBI with these files, I mean, think about it. They're even kind of BSing us with the JFK files for a little bit. That you guys are releasing MK files instead of the Epstein files. And what about 9/11? I mean, here's the thing. We'd also love that. I mean, you damn near would take some attention off the Epstein files if y'all would release 9/11, because that one, man, that's a whole rabbit hole on its own. So yeah, a B plus is good. A strong 89%.
Well, Crystal, what grade would you give Donald Trump?
So let me just clear up for your audience. I am not some liberal Democratic sycophant who capes for the Democratic Party and can never give Trump credit. In fact, in his first term, I actually supported the tariffs that he put in place because I thought they made some sort of sense. This term, there is virtually nothing, maybe changing like the pressure on the shower heads, that executive order, that I can get behind. And I'll tell you why, Piers. First of all, his major quote unquote accomplishment at this point is the big, beautiful bill, which will strip healthcare away from millions of people in order to fund a tax cut for the people who need it the least. Second of all, the level of fascistic cruelty with
the American people, because, we get a good tax cut as well. I mean, I'm not sure if y'all realize that, but yeah, the tax cuts that you guys are complaining about, the same tax cuts from 2017, that didn't really cause that too much of a problem. I mean, especially since you guys weren't trying your hardest to take him down under Biden.
With regard to the immigrant population here is more horrifying than I ever could have even anticipated. Deploying the military in American streets, rounding up people at Home Depot, sending them off with no due process to a slave labor camp. Are you kidding me? The idea that this is a peace president, hey, I thought he was going to solve the Ukraine-Russia crisis in a day before he even got into office. That's still ongoing. No changes there. We have backed and funded an absolute campaign of starvation and horror in Gaza, and we started a new war with Iran. So on every single level, this presidency has been a chaotic horror show and a disaster. And the people who will be hurt the most in this country are the very working class people that Trump claimed and lied to support. So I give him an F across the board. And again, I am not some Trump deranged. I've given him credit in the past. I said it was good when he went and talked to the leader of North Korea. I said it was good when he met with the Taliban to try to negotiate a deal. But he never actually had the stones to pull out of Afghanistan. But in any case, he's a disaster this time. I could not in my wildest dreams have imagined how terrible.
I mean, here's the thing. Now that we pulled out of Afghanistan with Biden, we've seen the results of that. Maybe Trump was onto something by kind of slowing that down. Think about it. Biden put it on Russia, and what happened? Taliban ain't back in charge now. I mean, women that lost all types of right now. They lost them. I mean, I thought y'all Dems were against that, but y'all president done let it happen. So maybe Trump was kind of going somewhere when he was slowly removing them. You feel me?
This administration would be, and how quickly here only 6 months in.
Do you know, out of interest, Crystal, how many people Barack Obama deported in 8 years?
I know he deported a lot, Pierce. But here, do you realize this, though? Clay said something earlier. He said, oh, we're deporting record-breaking numbers of violent criminals. Look, I'm fine with deporting violent criminals. The reality is that's not what's happening. Actually, the proportion of violent criminals.
Here's the thing, though. Like, lady, we don't look. One, we definitely do care about the violent criminals, but we also voted for the illegal immigrants to go too. Yes, the ones that are working as well. Yes, the ones that are at the corner of Home Depot. Yes, each and every one of them, criminals included, of course, hold the criminal at priority and when they can work their way down. But either way, we're going to get to them as well. So it is what it is. If we can get to them on the side, why not? Remember, it's who we voted for. And so y'all need to understand that. It wasn't just, we didn't just vote to get out. Oh, no, keep the innocent ones, guys. Keep the ones that didn't commit no crime and take out the ones that did. No, we didn't say that. No, we said get all of them up out of here. All of them. But what about they didn't commit no crime, Set? They're an illegal immigrant. That's the crime. Be gone.
That we are deporting is far less.
Respectfully.
Why? Because ICE agents have been told, stop chasing after the gang members. Stop going after the criminals because that takes time. That takes energy. Instead, Stephen Miller says, go to the Home Depot, go to the 7-Eleven, round up the mom, round up the grandma, round up the person who is going through the asylum process and actually doing the proper things and hasn't done anything wrong and ship them off to C-COT. It's disgusting. And that's why there's truly a revolt against it from the American public. I mean, the backlash against Trump's immigration policies is striking.
That wasn't actually my question.
Yeah. What is your question?
Well, do you know how many people Barack Obama deported in 8 years?
He deported millions of people. I'm not here to simp for Barack Obama. I think he had a lot of cruelty in his.
I know, we get that, but you got to understand, though, Barack Obama was doing all the same thing Trump is doing, like ICE raids. I mean, usage of the expedited removal, where they can remove an immigrant who's been here 2 years or at least less than 2 years without no court date, without no representation, just up out of here. Yeah, Obama was utilizing all the things that Trump was doing. And like I said, there was no criticism. There was no uprising. There was no calling ICE terrorists or the Gestapo. No, you guys just sat there in disagreements. And that's cool. That's cool. But don't cry about it that Trump was doing it. I mean, y'all had bipartisan support when Obama was doing it. So what changed?
Immigration system as well, which I said at the time and have said afterwards as well.
Okay, that's fair enough. Clay, in this immigration policy that Trump is prosecuting, I completely think what he's done on the southern border is brilliant. It's great for America. It's great for security. He's completely stemmed the flow of people coming in there illegally, and everyone should agree to that. I also completely agree, and I think
when Obama did it, it was great for security and it helped Americans. Like, Hey, it was good across the board. Even if Obama did it, even when Obama did it, I was in support of it. Even when back in my more liberal days, even when I reflected back on it, I was like, yeah, that was a good thing to do to get these immigrants out of here. Even when Trump was running on the wall, that was probably like the one thing I honestly agree with him. I'm like, look, maybe all right, we need to get him out of here. But the wall was actually a pretty funny thing he kept saying. And to be honest with you, he actually stood up the damn wall. And I was like, okay, he's dead ass. And it was working. And then Biden comes along, takes down the wall, takes down parts of the wall, and now we got these immigrants that was flooding in for 4 years straight.
Americans would completely
illegal.
agree that the strategy that he set out to do of deporting people who are here in the United States undocumented and then commit a crime, I don't hear any Americans demurring about that. They're like, okay, fine. If you commit a crime and you're here and you're undocumented, you leave. Where the problem comes, and Crystal hit on this, I think, it feels something very un-American about ICE patrolling Home Depot to find people who may have been there 10 years, may have had kids in the United States, maybe paying taxes, doing an honest day's work, who may be here undocumented, but who actually are contributing to American society. Do you not have a problem with those kind of people being rounded up in the way they are and shipped out of the country?
Tom Homan says there's 20 million illegals in this country right now. We know Joe Biden let in around 10 million in his 4 years, which is an unprecedented stem of illegal immigration. So the first thing Trump had to do was shut down that flow. Second thing he has to do is start to reverse it. And this year he is starting to reverse that process. I think it's unfortunate, but when you break the law, sometimes there are going to be stories that are important to get back. In the same way, when you were in Venezuela, and somebody got on the phone and they said, hey, if you come to America right now, they'll put you up in a hotel. They'll feed you. They'll give you Wi-Fi, and you get to stay in Manhattan. And you're living in squalor in Venezuela. Do you think that encouraged millions of people all over Latin America, those kind of phone calls, to make the trip to America? I think it did. Yeah. And at some point, American generosity was...
the border's open. You don't got to go through the legal immigration process. F that, man. Just come over here and they're going to set you up something nice. Really, just setting you up better than you if you'd went through the legal way. I'm pretty sure during the 4 years of Biden, that was the word around the world.
Being taken advantage of, and actual American citizens don't have the resources that they need. So sometimes daddy has to take control, and you have to sometimes be mean. And I think that's the way that the Trump immigration policy has to go, because the phone calls have to shift from, hey, you can stay in a 4-star Manhattan hotel and get taken care of on American taxpayer dime, to, hey, they're looking for people who are here illegally, don't come, and maybe even consider going back. And historically, the way that immigration worked in this country when illegals came in was they came in seasonally and then they walked back, basically traveled back to Mexico and still had lives there. What's happened is people have stopped going back to their countries of origin at all. And we can't be. I would ask to Crystal or anybody else, okay, you think it's being too mean. What's the number of illegal immigrants in this country that would be too many for you? For Crystal, for anybody else out there? For me, 20 million is too many. For a lot of Democrats, I think 100 million wouldn't be enough. So where do you draw the line? If you're breaking the law, sooner or later, there have to be consequences.
So can I just,
well,
I
that is a good question. And Crystal,
about that.
Yeah, Crystal, answer that.
I want to address a couple things about that. So first of all, I'm probably more permissive of immigration than your average Democratic Party member. You know, I know there's this idea that Democrats are open borders. That's obviously preposterous. But I believe, and I think this is borne out by the data, that immigrants overall are good for the country. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't a limit to the number of people that you can reasonably absorb. Exactly what that number is, you'd have to get an expert to study and to be able to say. But there's something honest about what Play is saying here, which is basically like the cruelty is the point. We need to make an example of people. It needs to be a horror show. That's exactly why you have these grotesque ASMR videos of deep.
Hey guys, you know, it's funny that a lot of Dems don't want to look up. Now look, guys, if you look this up, was there people mistakenly deported under Obama? Yes, although rare. During the Obama administration, there were documented cases where U.S. citizens were mistakenly detained or even deported due to administrative error or flawed enforcement system. I mean, yeah. So wrongful detentions and deportations from 2008 to 2018 Yeah, so 2008 to 2018, so you damn near blame Obama and Trump for this number. About 1,480 U.S. citizens were wrongfully arrested and detained by ICE. This includes places where individuals spend months or even years in immigration detention before their citizenship was recognized. So, yes. When you guys want to sit here and say that, oh, well, what you mean? Like, this never happened under Obama. Obama did it all correctly. No, you guys just didn't bitch under Obama. That's it. You guys weren't crying under Obama because nobody questioned Obama.
Deportations, all this like fascist theater of marching everybody through the park, the intentional cruelty at Alligator Alcatraz, the shipping of people to C-COT, where again we now know that there are reports of rape and torture and abuse. Yeah, that is all an intentional part of the policy. So I appreciate the honesty about that. The dishonest part is there's always this rhetoric about, oh, well, we've got to take care of our people first. Oh, we've got to make sure that American citizens are taken care of. Bullshit. This president just took healthcare away from 17 million people. He's cutting food assistance to millions of people. And
I mean, yeah, that's not true. And here's the thing. You guys don't have the numbers to support that 14 to 17 million people have lost their Medicaid. I mean, you guys do not have the numbers to support that, but hopefully it will pop up soon. I mean, maybe within 3 months we'll get that forecast. But right now, you guys can't predict that.
You expect me to believe?
I mean, you can't even predict the deaths that are caused from cuts in funding to Medicaid. Like, come on now. What are you gonna do? Count every death that's in the hospital and be like, oh no, that's due to lack of Medicaid, count it. Then you guys are being petty.
He cares about your average American citizen. This trade deal that you guys are so hot on is going to jack up the prices on pharmaceuticals, on medicine for your average American people. So,
I mean, hold on now. Did y'all not hear that Trump is getting most favored nation prices on pharmaceuticals? Like, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, she just sat there and lied and said, oh, I can give Trump credit. I can give Trump credit. All right, well, then give him credit for what the executive order that he signed with the pharmaceutical companies, saying that they got to charge Americans most favored nation prices. I thought you actually gave my man credit. Then why are you complaining about this?
You know, where is the care and concern for the American citizen here? It's all just about scapegoating an immigrant population and saying they're the reason for your pain and your problems, when in reality, it's the very oligarchic class that Trump himself represents and serves and protects with all of his actions, including the protection of the Epstein files, by the way.
Okay, well, let's just pivot, if we can, to Gaza. Megyn Kelly earlier, Clay, was saying enough is enough. Whether you supported Israel at the start of this, as she did and I did, this has gone on too long. It's too painful. The disproportionate scale of what is happening now is turning Israel into a global pariah. And I completely agree with her. I just feel like someone like me who has always supported Israel, has a lot of Israeli friends, Jewish friends. Every day this continues, with all these images coming out of Gaza now, starving children, and the endless civilian deaths.
It always comes back to Israel. It always does. You want to know what's the thing? I think it's because, I'm be honest with you guys, Israel is probably the one point that the liberals can kind of own up on. I will say this, like, geopolitical topics is not the conservative strong suit of what I've been realizing. Is like, yeah, when it comes to geopolitical topics, it do seem that the Dems do kind of have our card on that. And they cover it way more than I'd say Fox News or conservative networks do. So I got to give it to the Dems on that one. When it comes to geopolitical topics, they do kind of have us on that. But when it comes to homeland talk, when it comes to home policies or American policies, we get them on that every trip. But when it comes to these conflicts and wars, they tend to know a little bit more.
So are being recorded every day. The worse this gets for Israel, and I think for the security of Jews around the world. And it shouldn't do, but it is. Do you agree, Clay, that the time has come that this is brought to an end?
Well, I think Hamas is a suicide cult. And the problem is they're not behaving in a rational fashion, which I think is what President Trump has kind of just thrown up his hands about, is they see the destruction of Gaza and the suffering of their people as good for them politically because of what you just laid out. There is no rationality associated with
the rationality that you're giving us, my man, is that a mother's going, look at my starving child that I can barely feed. Yes, look, please send this out into the world, please. We need to make Israel look bad. I mean, Yeah, it's possible, but highly unlikely.
Their decision making. So how do you negotiate peace with a suicidal cult? I think that's the challenge that Israel has found itself in the midst of. And I think there is no good solution at this point in the wake of what they did on October 7th, which basically created the seeds of their own destruction. And I think the analogy here is you can either go to Pearl Harbor or you can go to 9/11, where you had a sneak attack that initially appeared that it was going to be profoundly successful, that actually led to the utter destruction of the people who engaged in the sneak attack. And if you go back and look at what happened to Japan, or you go back and look at what happened to everyone associated with Al-Qaeda in the wake of 9/11, it's been an unmitigated disaster. And I think ultimately, Piers, the challenge is, I think everybody wants there to be less kids dying. I think everybody wants there to be peace in the Middle East of rational, good sound.
I mean, that's great. And tell Gaza to stop. I mean, tell Palestine. Sorry, but tell Israel to stop carpet bombing Gaza. I mean, tell Israel to do surgical strikes and stop bombing buildings and saying that, oh, Hamas is hiding under it without no proof. Like, that's the problem. You can't just keep bombing buildings, putting people under rubble, and then saying Hamas, like, without any proof.
On mine, the problem is Hamas is not a rational, sound actor, and they are, in fact, a suicide cult. So how do you...
And shout out to my man Hellbait. Like, every time I hear them talk about illegals, all I hear is, no, Trump, don't take away my slaves. Away, no. P.S. Tears go here in the bucket. Hey, shout out to my man Hellbat. Appreciate it. Guys, you have any questions, jokes, disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Shout out Hellbat.
You negotiate with them, but I truly believe they see this as politically beneficial to them. They're restricting the distribution of aid to the people who need it. They're sometimes killing people when they're trying to take it. So I think we're in a position where it's the United States or it's Israel.
The problem, Clay, with that is, as the New York Times reported at the weekend, there is no actual proof that it's Hamas that has been preventing this UN aid getting through.
And that's the problem. There's no proof that Hamas has done it. Even when they track these trucks with the drones, they have not seen Hamas pull up and grab these cars. It's actually the Palestinians so desperate and so thirsty for food and water that they're rushing these trucks. So it's not Hamas. I mean, we have no proof yet. Maybe some will pop up, but we have no proof that Hamas is the one doing this. But it's crazy how every atrocity that Israel's doing to the Palestinians, they just blame Hamas. I mean, bomb a hospital, Hamas. Bomb a school, Hamas. I mean, you can just blanket blame Hamas without showing proof. I mean, it's a great position to be in.
I believe the evidence is pretty clear that Hamas is not acting in the best interests of the people that are living in Gaza. And
Obviously, I mean, if they were, they wouldn't have did October 7th. So I will agree on that one.
It's profoundly unfortunate.
Well, that is indisputable.
The political will.
That is indisputable. I'm talking about the issue of the aid. And the truth is, nearly 1,000 or maybe more.
Well, you can't blame 25,000 Hamas guys for you guys putting over 300,000 people under rubble and that are missing. According to Harvard and all that, there's 377,000 Palestinians that are missing. So we're looking at a body count of about 100K or more. But yeah, sorry, no excuse.
More than 1,000 now. Gazans have been killed in these lines, waiting for aid. And the reality is that the vast majority have been killed by the IDF. And the IDF says, well, we're firing warning shots, or people were moving towards us in a threatening way, or whatever it is. There's always some excuse. We're going to launch an investigation. We're going to do this, do that, and nothing ever happens. And the truth, this is why Israel's reputation is plummeting around the world.
And I mean, another reason why is because they don't let in investigative journalists. Actually, they went as far as to kick out investigative journalists and assassinate all the ones in Palestine. So, yeah, we kind of got a bit of a problem there. Israel controls all the media that, well, goes out. They control the rhetoric in a way. And the only time we really get to see what's going on is, well, the TikTok videos that these Palestinians release. I mean, ABC was barely able to expose the fact that, well, IDF soldiers were shooting at Palestinians trying to get aid. Shout out AB News, well, AP News, and the American Green Beret that snitched on them about it. Yes, so it's not coming from Hamas. It's not coming from the Palestinians. This is actually coming from a U.S. contractor who sat there and watched these guys did it.
because people see thousands of starving Gazans, population of 2 million, where half are under 18. They're starving, hungry. We're seeing emaciated. We've got the 40th anniversary of Live Aid. These are scenes reminiscent now of what we saw in Ethiopia when Bob Geldof rallied the world. And I just don't see how any of this is a win for Israel. It just.
I mean, if they can take the land, and if they can exile all the Palestinians or just kill them all off and take the land, then yeah, I mean, that's the win they were looking for. I mean, that's what Smotrich, that's what their finance minister has been saying. So we know what they see as a win. We already know where they're going with this. So I don't think the world really wants to accept it, though, and I don't blame them. I do not blame them. Like, I accept it. I don't like it, but I'll tell you, a lot of the people in this world do not want to accept what Israel is really going after.
Every day.
Or you're an evangelical, or you're Jewish yourself. You're just like, oh no, we're going toward a prophecy, baby.
I don't
Israel's
think
reputation is damaged.
I think the challenge is, how do you end it? And I think the challenge is, if you don't have a rational political actor on the other side to negotiate.
This is so
with,
ridiculous, because
they still
Clay
have
says,
hostages. They still
Clay says they don't give a shit about the hostages, Clay. They're starving the hostages. They're bombing the hostages. The hostages have been emotional blackmail. It's a lie. They admit they don't give a shit about the hostages. Ask the hostage families. Ask the hostage families about how much Netanyahu cares about the hostages.
Yeah, there's been two sides from these hostages, or the ones that actually got their kids back. They're grateful to Netanyahu. They got a fake gratefulness. Yeah, you have to fake gratefulness to Netanyahu. And the ones who haven't received them are outraged because they're like, yo, my son and my daughter is dead because you was out there recklessly bombing Gaza like you wasn't going to catch these guys under the rubble. It's like, yeah. So I know what, maybe we do need to watch the BB Files eventually. I'm going to have to pull that one up for you guys.
I've been to Israel and talked to the hostage families.
You ask, how do you negotiate with Hamas? Guess what? The Trump administration can answer that question because they did it. They negotiated a ceasefire, and guess who blew that ceasefire up? Guess who blew that ceasefire up? Guess who blew that ceasefire up? It wasn't Hamas. It was Israel. And
yeah, Israel broke the 3-day ceasefire by attacking Hamas, and that was wild. I mean, they even broke the ceasefire with Lebanon by bombing them, by using a bunker bomber on them. So yeah, Israel's out here breaking ceasefires left and right.
Greenlit by the Trump administration, which has allowed Bibi Netanyahu and his psycho far-right ministers who are openly announcing that their plan is complete starvation and ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip. That is their plan. It's not some mystery what's going on here. They had to engineer over months, over years at this point, a complete famine. Over the past 24 hours, 14 more people have starved to death. Do you know how hard it is to starve an entire population?
Yeah, someone should ask Hamas why they're allowed.
Yeah, at a certain point, it is intentional. It's like, bro, you know how hard it really is? Like, people can survive off a very low amount of food. I mean, you get to give these people some water and they'll be good for a while before starvation kills them. So for them to die of starvation, they was going for at least maybe like damn near 10 to 20 days, no food. I mean, man.
Your Hamas bullshit is so tired. Israel they could never be in the wrong. It could never be that they intentionally want to have a final solution here and cleanse as they do.
And they have no interest in the people of Gaza. Hamas does not.
Smotrich, who is an Israeli minister, just announced there should be no aid sent into Gaza, just shells. That's it. They have openly announced their plans to ethnically cleanse the entire Gaza Strip. Is that okay with you? Are you okay with innocent women and children who are not Hamas? Babies who are starving before they even say their first word?
No one wants innocent people to die of rational
Then why are you running cover for them?
I'm not running
cover. Then why
are
you running cover for them? Yes, you are. Obviously you are. You just lied about Hamas stealing the aid and trying to kill people who are getting aid. What a bunch of lies and bullshit.
This is the idea that
there is no. The Israeli military said that's not true.
The ability to call
Israeli military.
Hamas is
the Israeli military said that's not true.
Do you think Hamas is evil?
I think killing innocent civilians is evil. And I'm willing to say it when it's Hamas who did it on October 7th. And I'm willing to say it when it's our government funding and
here's the problem. I think both sides are evil, but I think Israel done matched not even matched Hamas in evilness. They done tripled up on them. They said, oh, you want to see something? All right, watch. 300,000 people later. I mean, man, yeah, I both sides are evil, but it's one done like tripled up. So shout out to Hellbait. He says, can survive 2 weeks without food, about 3 days without water. Exactly. It's like less than a week you got without water. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of intentional to starve people because it's like, yo, 2 weeks. And I said some people can even go 3. So to sit there and say it wasn't intentional, I mean, like, yo, these people were starving for a minute now. And we got like, but here's the thing, is mostly kids. So maybe the timeline on kids, sadly enough, is a little bit shorter than an adult.
Difference between intentional terroristic killing, which is what Hamas did, and trying to negotiate peace with terrorists, which is what Israeli leaders are doing.
What makes you think that the Israelis are intentionally negotiating peace? There is no sign of that whatsoever.
There is
none
ample
at all.
time. Only safe place in the Middle East where you have basic human rights is Israel.
Clay, do you think that just all of the Gaza Strip being turned into rubble, churches,
they
mosques,
hit all
hospitals,
of their terrorists,
all being destroyed? Oh, it's just an accident. It's just an accident.
Places as they can. Hamas is to blame for all of this.
Please, oh please, this is so tired. No one believes this anymore.
Let me jump in.
Your own party doesn't believe this anymore.
Let me jump in. I would make the point, Clay, that I totally agree with everything you say about Hamas. But the problem is, Israel should be better than Hamas.
But
Israel
who can they
should show more
negotiate
humanity.
with here? This is the challenge.
Well, here's my point.
Who can they negotiate
Here's my
with
point.
if they actually want peace?
Israel as the hiccup in negotiations right now is a 2-state solution that overly favors Israel, and Hamas is just saying hell no to that. But I mean, that's always what they did to the Palestinians, is that they say, oh no, they don't want no 2-state solution. But if you actually look up these 2-state solutions, you'll realize that they weren't really 2-state solutions. It was a 1-state solution. It was a 1 state and then 1 semi-state, and the real state got control of that other semi-state, which would have been the Palestinians. So yeah, it's not like they really got any sovereignty. They didn't really get control over their land. They just got a pinch of land that didn't even really have any like farming potential either. And Israel gets to control their water, electric, and gas, and all that crazy stuff. And that is what they call a 2-state solution. I mean, you get a state, but with barely any sovereignty. You're welcome.
Only democracy in the Middle East should be showing the world what humanity actually looks like. They shouldn't be replicating the lack of humanity that Hamas show. Everybody knows Hamas are a inhumane terrorist organization.
Challenge that Israel
so for Israel to behave in a way that appears to be as inhumane towards starving children, innocent women being killed in huge numbers, all of this happening, this is inhumane. And I don't think it suits Israel's purposes, either in getting rid of Hamas, which they can't appear to do, getting the hostages released, which they can't appear to do, or in enhancing their reputation around the world. It's having the opposite effect. And so I say this as a friend of Israel, enough. You've got to stop this. You know, I messaged Netanyahu today on X and said, you've got to start starving children. You have to. Otherwise, the end result for Israel will be catastrophic.
I think the challenge they have is the minute they step out of controlling and patrolling Gaza and trying to in some way keep Hamas from coming back into power, the people who live there are going to allow Hamas to return to power. And so there needs to be, in my opinion, a solution that removes Hamas from leadership in Gaza for all time. If that means that you have to bring in other Arab countries that are also opposed to Hamas, which is many of them now, and thanks to a weakened Iran, there is no supplement that is going to continue to uplift Hamas in Gaza. That, to me, feels like the long-term solution.
Can I say something that
can be helpful in that?
Okay, I want to just hang on, Crystal.
Just one thing, very this is important.
Yeah, very quickly. I want to move on to something else.
In the last peace negotiations, Hamas agreed to step down from political leadership. They agreed to that in the peace negotiations. You can check Jeremy Scahill, Drop Sites reporting on all of this. And the Israelis said, we don't want that. Bibi Netanyahu has loved having Hamas there. He flew to Qatar to make sure that they were still getting their money, because he always wants to be able to say there is no partner for peace. So let's deal in facts. And
he funded, bro. This man BB done gave these guys $1 billion in U.S. money. Money that we gave this man, he gave to Hamas. Remember that. $1 billion in the back of a car.
Reality here. The Israelis have decided they want to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. That is the plan they're putting into place. They're announcing it, Clay. You don't have to believe me. You can listen to them. Listen to what they're saying. Starvation plan.
If they were, they could have killed the 2 million people immediately.
The head of Mossad. The head of Mossad.
If they wanted to.
And you know what? I actually think if I could jump in, Crystal, if I can jump in, I actually think, Clay, when you listen to what Smodrich said 3 weeks ago on camera, he made it absolutely clear what he wants, which is to, in his words, cleanse Gaza of Palestinians. I now watch them pushing the Palestinian population into a smaller and smaller part of the Gaza Strip. They've demolished 70% of it, making it uninhabitable. I think it is crystal clear now that there is a movement in the Israeli government to get rid of the Palestinians from Gaza and move them into neighboring Arab countries. And some of them are saying it openly. And the actions on the ground suggest that is exactly what they want to do. And I say that as somebody who, when people said this was the real plan all along, I used to
wiping out everyone immediately.
I think they want to get the Palestinians out of Gaza now. And if they do that, it is a war crime and it's ethnic cleansing. Anyway, we've debated Gaza. Let's just move on quickly to something a lot lighter, I hope, but it may be contentious in its own way. Are you a golfer, Clay?
A poor one, but yes, I love to golf.
You know, it's crazy. A lot of people saying like, whoa, the Palestinians didn't exist. You know, it's so crazy. I mean, in the Balfour Declaration, I mean, they mentioned them. I mean, they mentioned them by Palestine and all that. And that's 1917. Somebody here said, oh, I witnessed Palestine become a state. I'm like, damn, bro, how old are you? I witnessed the recognition of Palestinians. I'm like, are you like, really? 1917? You sure?
Well, let's take a look at...
Oh, no. What would you guys say to this? The Balfour Declaration was a public statement issued by the British government in 1917 during World War I, expressing support for the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. I mean, I thought Palestine never existed. I'm just saying, you know, hey, I mean, it existed to them when they was giving it away, but no, that's just the Balfour Declaration. It don't mean much. Whoops. Did it actually go down? Oh, yes, it did. Hold on, guys. Got you real quick. There we go.
Donald Trump golfing in Scotland and see if you spot anything untoward.
Hold on. Hopefully y'all saw that, though. I don't know how the heck that happened. But yeah, so the Balfour Declaration pretty much mentions a Palestinian state in, 1917, or at least the recognition of Palestinian people. So somebody here said, I was around for that. I'm like, dang. Like, man, glad to have you here. Man, over 100 years old.
Now, what you actually saw there was the second...
And shout out Hellback. He's like, how about this Poland style borders? I'm like, how about this Poland style borders instead? Huh? I would actually wait. What's so unique about Poland's borders? I'm gonna have to look that one up.
Caddy dropping a ball out of his pocket. Let's have a look at it again now that we know that. You see him there. He's the guy in the red there. Now watch. Out comes the ball and down it drops. So Trump then plays the ball dropped by the caddy. Now, a lot of people have said, well, clear evidence that President Trump cheats at golf. I have a different perspective on this. When he's not playing competitive golf, i.e. at his club or whatever, he tends to go around in about 2 hours. As a golfer for many years, you can only do that if you're basically doing what Trump is doing there. And I'm told that what he does when he's playing for fun with friends or his kids or whatever is that the caddies carry the balls. If he's in a bad position, in the rough, in a bunker, whatever, to save time, they just drop a ball nearby and he plays on, which I don't have a problem with if that's what he's doing. What do you think?
I mean, that if Trump want to finesse in in a personal game, in a one-on-zero game, a personal game of golf, let him do it. It is what it is. But Dems, he's a cheater. He cheats in everything set, even when he plays golf. I'm like, well, aren't you being petty? All right, guys, let's get into the geopolitical side of things.
Here's something we haven't said in a while. There is a ceasefire instead of an escalation. I'm talking about Southeast Asia. Thailand and Cambodia have agreed to a ceasefire. After 5 days, the fighting has ended, and I must say this is a great bit of news. The last thing we needed was another protracted war, especially in Southeast Asia. But how exactly was the ceasefire reached? Will it stick? And what is the impact of this fighting? Well, the ceasefire is a result of mediation. The Thai and Cambodian prime ministers visited Malaysia today. They were hosted by the Malaysian leader, Anwar Ibrahim. Ibrahim is also the chair of ASEAN. So he was keen to contain the fighting. But Thailand was reluctant at first. They're much stronger than Cambodia. Perhaps they wanted to establish their superiority. But then came Donald Trump. He threatened tariffs on Cambodia and Thailand. Both countries are looking for trade deals at this point. But Trump said, no deal unless you talk, unless you end the fighting.
So I called the prime ministers of each, and I said, we're not going to make a trade deal unless you settle the war. A lot of people are killed, you know that, in a short period of time. The border, they're fighting pretty like wild. And I spoke to both of the prime ministers, and I think by the time I got off, I think they want to settle now.
It seems to have worked. Today, both prime ministers landed in Malaysia. They agreed on a ceasefire, no conditions, no delays, an immediate end to the fighting. In public, both sides appeared quite happy.
We'll set a condition for moving forward for our bilateral discussion to return to normalcy of the relationship and as a foundation for future de-escalation of forces.
Today's outcome reflects Thailand's desire for peaceful dissolution, while continuing to protect our sovereignty and the life of our people. We agree to a ceasefire with assurance myself that it will be.
And let's be real, Thailand didn't really want to come to a deal with Cambodia over a ceasefire. They want to low-key to flex their muscles on them, but so they kind of got put in their place by the tariff policy that Trump was about to hammer down on them. I'm like, how much, instruction can you cause while we just sap your economy dry with high tariffs? And here's the thing. I mean, Thailand, we have other people we could buy the things they're, they specialize in. Yeah, we have other places.
Carry out successfully in good faith by both sides.
How quickly things change.
Yep, about at least 33 killed and around 200,000 displaced in 5 days of fighting. I mean, like I said, it was going to get real.
Until yesterday, Thailand and Cambodia were fighting. Today, their leaders were...
They can't even look each other in the eye, man. They want to kill each other. Look, can't even look each other, man. Look that man in the eye, man. Let us know it's real.
Shaking hands. It's a good show of maturity, but it's also the result of coercive tactics. Thailand and Cambodia are heavily dependent on the US market. Both of them face 36% tariffs, but their ASEAN peers are better off. Just look at Indonesia and Vietnam. Both of them have secured trade deals with the US. They face only 20% tariffs. So frankly, Thailand and Cambodia were boxed in. Neither of them wanted a long war. And if they did not stop, they face major tariffs, which brings us to the second question. Will this ceasefire stick? So far, we've not heard of any violations. Both sides will be wary of upsetting the US president. Plus, they have suffered a lot. Thailand has had to evacuate 140,000 people. Cambodia has evacuated 135,000 people. In total, at least 33 have been killed. So there is no incentive to continue the fighting. Which brings us to the final.
I'm actually, you know what? I'm not happy about the displacement numbers, but at least there's more displaced than kills. I'm like, only 33, considering that these guys are firing rockets back and forth. Sad, but all right. It could have been worse.
The question: what is the impact of this? There's a short and long-term impact. In the short term, it's a lot of uncertainty for people. Around 1.2 million Cambodians work in Thailand. Many of them are fleeing the country. We saw that even today. As the leaders talked in Malaysia, Cambodians were fleeing Thailand. Take a look.
Oh, guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? Remember, $2 and up. We're happy to read it out loud. Great way to support the show, guys. Appreciate the support. And make sure to double tap that screen, like the video. Wow, they fleeing him?
What do these people do? Should they return to Thailand? If they do, are they welcome anymore?
Yeah.
Well, that's the short.
I mean, that was kind of a smart move. Like, yeah, our people are going through war right now. Tensions could rise. Violence might fall upon them. Yeah, it's best you guys do get up out of there.
Term worry. In the long term, this dispute will continue to fester because there is no solution yet. The fighting began over a disputed border. It was drawn in the early 1900s during French rule, but Thailand has never accepted it. This round of fighting can be traced back to the month of May. There was a brief skirmish along the border. One Cambodian soldier was killed in the fight. Since then, tensions have been brewing. Military deployment was beefed up. Patrols were ramped up. Diplomats were expelled, and finally, all-out fighting.
Damn.
We saw similar scenes in 2008 as well.
When they're kicking out diplomats, it's real. It's like, nah, I don't even want to hear what you got to say. No, you're not going to get to me. We're attacking these guys. When they're kicking out the diplomats, it's real.
The disputed border led to clashes between the two sides. So it's happened twice in 16 years, and that is the worry. This was not some delicate expansionist plan. Neither side was actively looking for a land grab. In fact, they were looking to de-escalate. At one point, Thailand's suspended prime minister used personal diplomacy. She reached out to Cambodia's former strongman. Yet, things at the border deteriorated. It tells you how dangerous such disputes are. You don't need a well-planned escalation. All you need is a skirmish or a mishap at the border. Even that could drag you to a war.
Yeah, that's what happened with India and Pakistan. I mean, Pakistan did some grime at the beginning, and I mean, after a border in, things popped off. What do you think was going to happen? But all right, now let's get on to the next story. And like I said, we're going to keep it geopolitical for a little bit. All right, let's keep it going.
And in our final report, we take you to a runway few expected to ever reopen. This week, a Nordwind Airlines jet took off from Moscow and landed in Pyongyang, marking the first direct flight between Russia and North Korea in over 70 years. It comes at a time when the two nations are drawing closer both diplomatically and strategically. With tourism being cautiously revived in North Korea and Russia seeking new travel corridors, this route could be the start of a new voyage between the two nations. But as always with Pyongyang, what lies ahead remains uncertain. Here's the story with more.
One of the world's most unusual air routes just took off, quite literally. On Sunday evening, a Nordwind Airlines Boeing 777 departed Moscow's Sheremetyevo Airport and touched down in Pyongyang 8 hours later, launching the first direct flight between the Russian and North Korean capitals in over 70 years. The flight was fully booked. The return leg, scheduled for Tuesday, was too. Tickets priced around 45,000 rubles, which is around $570, were snapped up quickly, despite North Korea remaining one of the most restricted destinations on Earth. Russia's transport ministry confirmed that the route will initially operate just once a month, but the symbolism of this new flight path already speaks volumes.
Yeah.
For the first time in more than 70 years of diplomatic relations.
Pretty much saying that, yeah, what you mean? We're visiting each other now. Tourism is open. You're going to start seeing the Koreans in Russia and Russians in Korea. I mean, well, seems innocent, but who knows how far this is going to get. I believe there's already Korean soldiers fighting for Russia on the front line, so they're already in deep.
We are launching direct flights between the capitals of our countries.
Now, this new link did not come out of nowhere. It is the latest marker of growing public ties between Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un. As Russia's relationship with the West continue to crumble over its war in Ukraine, it is turning to less conventional partners. North Korea, historically isolated and heavily sanctioned, has shown readiness to engage with very clear boundaries. While both countries deny violating international law, reports suggest Pyongyang has sent ammunition and arms to aid Russian operations in Ukraine. Meanwhile, last year's defense pact, signed during President Vladimir Putin's rare visit to North Korea, added another layer of public cooperation and now planes. But there's also a domestic reason for this new runway diplomacy: tourism. North Korea, which sealed its borders tightly during the pandemic, is opening them again. In June, leader Kim Jong-un unveiled a massive
I'm not even gonna lie though, Kim Jong-un probably has the freshest cut in world leader history. I got to give it to the man. Freshest cut in world leader history.
Friend resort, Wonsan Kalma,
that boy hairline got laser beam finish
on the country's east coast. Equipped with hotels, shopping centers, and a water park, the regime hopes it will attract up to 20,000 visitors annually. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov toured the site earlier this month, and he promised to promote it among Russian tourists. Although regular tourism remains banned, Russians are quietly being welcomed in select areas via state-sanctioned group tours. In April, even a few foreign runners were allowed
open, but not fully open. That's North Korea for you.
To Pyongyang.
Unless you bow down and you worship their leader as some type of demigod, trust me, you will never be fully accepted over there. And I don't even think their people fully accept that idea, but they better, for their safety.
For a rare international marathon. And now Nordwind, which once offered Russians flights to sunny European holiday spots, finds itself flying into one of the least understood capitals in the world. The airline had to scale back most international routes after the European Union imposed flight bans in response to Russia's invasion. But what happens next is still unclear. Will this flight become a tradition or just another geopolitical stunt? And can travel really thrive between two nations who are facing sweeping sanctions? Amid all the speculation, one thing is certain: when a plane full of Russians lands in Pyongyang, the world will pay attention.
It's funny how Asian countries have a way of meeting you with a whole bunch of women. I don't know what it is. Almost like they're telling you, what you mean? Come here, take your pick. She love you long time, and you don't got to worry about, that Western BS. So I'm just playing, of course. But it is funny how they do always meet you with a lineup of women. I'm like, what is this? Like, what are we doing here? Like, I thought you were the Chinese, not the Saudi Arabians. Like, what's going on?
And now to a story that mixes politics, pop culture, and a hefty dose of controversy. President Trump is back in the headlines, this time accusing Beyonce, Oprah, and Kamala Harris of breaking campaign finance laws. Trump posted on Truth Social that all the...
Yeah, wait, that's exactly what they convicted Trump on, though, of breaking campaign finance laws for... Bro, it was like a double gotcha. It was like a Connect 4 two-way. So, what was it? He paid his lawyer to pay off Stormy Daniels, and that was marked down as a legal fund, but they said no, it was supposed to be a campaign fund because you're pretty much protecting your image with that money. But then if he'd have put it as a campaign fund, then they'd have said, oh no, you're using that to pay off somebody, and that's an illegal use of a campaign fund. I'm like, wait, what? So no matter what he did with that money, they was going to trip him up on it.
So those who broke the law should be prosecuted, from claims of million-dollar payments for celebrity endorsements to renewed chatter about Jeffrey Epstein. Trump's Truth Social tirade is raising eyebrows and sparking fresh debate. So what's fact, what's fiction, and what's political theater? Our latest report breaks it all down.
U.S. President Donald Trump has stirred the pot once again. He's alleging that pop superstar Beyonce, along with media mogul Oprah Winfrey and civil rights activist Al Sharpton, received illegal payments from the Democratic Party in exchange for endorsing Kamala Harris during the 2024 presidential campaign. In a Truth Social post made during his visit to Scotland, Trump accused the Harris campaign of dishing out millions in what he called illegal endorsement fees. Trump claimed Beyonce was handed $11 million for a brief appearance at a Houston rally last October. It was an event where, according to Trump, Beyonce never sang and exited to a booing and angry audience.
I mean, yeah.
Trump also alleged that Oprah received.
They couldn't afford that, man. They can't afford Beyonce singing that, bro. $1 million to have that woman talk that makes sense. I mean, the way they over glorify this lady, I mean, what do you expect? It's $5 million for her just to sing a line, my friend. $30 million for the whole song. $100 million for an album. Like, you know where I'm going with this, right?
$3 million for expenses, and Sharpton was paid $600,000, despite allegedly doing absolutely nothing. President Trump further wrote that these fees were incorrectly stated in the books and records. He concluded his post by stating that all of those who received endorsement money broke the law and should be prosecuted.
You know what's so funny? Actually, somebody just says, like, wait, why didn't she do it for free? You know what? Because little do everybody, some people don't want to admit this, but a lot of liberals are more capitalist than some conservatives. I'll say it right now. Actually, I would say half of liberals be talking BS about capitalism and they benefit off it and they're just complaining for nothing. I have no idea why, but yeah, man, a lot of them be more capitalistic than us. I mean, if she was oh so socialist, why didn't she share her voice with the people, her beautiful singing voice with the people for free?
However, campaign finance records and statements from those involved tell a different story. As per reports, Federal Election Commission filings show a $165,000 payment was made by the Harris campaign to Beyonce's production company. It was categorized as campaign event production. At the rally, Beyonce delivered a poetic speech calling for national unity. She told the crowd that it is time to sing a new song. No musical performance, just carefully crafted political prose. As for Oprah, Harris's campaign spokesperson had previously clarified that $1 million spent on Harper Productions wasn't a celebrity payout, but the cost of staging a high-profile event.
I mean, look, I knew Kamala Harris was losing when they put out Beyonce and they put out Obama. When they put out Michelle and Obama, I was like, oh yeah, they're in a bad spot. Like when you gotta break the glass and pull out Obama you gotta pull Obama from the basement. Oh yeah, it's bad out. When you got Michelle Obama out here making speeches, it's bad out.
Michigan. Oprah herself echoed the sentiment last year, stating the people who worked on that production needed to be paid. Still, the post comes at a convenient time for Trump, who's facing mounting pressure over his alleged ties to late Jeffrey Epstein. He recently slammed ongoing probes into Epstein's connections as a Democratic con job. But critics say his recent moves are just deflection tactics, meant to shift focus away from the Epstein case. Trump has filed a $10 billion lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal, its owner Rupert Murdoch, and others over a published letter allegedly linking him to the sex offender. From lawsuits against media giants to celebrity conspiracy theories, Trump seems to be taking his 2024 grievances into 2025.
I mean, damn, I mean, Trump's coming at everybody. I'm like, wow, Oprah and Beyonce, I mean, took illegal funds. What you want to do? Pay it back?
However, not without...
I mean, they can afford it. It ain't nothing to them.
A signature mix of deflection, drama, and truth social tirades.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna go through with that one. I mean, I think they might want to stick to the Obama thing. It's a little bit better. Going after them is not gonna look too well. It's not gonna roll over well. I'll stick to Obama and Comey and them. And shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says Trump saved more lives from war than COVID took. Really? You know? I mean, if you do want to account the wars that he stopped for potential lives saved, then you do have a grip. You have an argument. You have an argument. You do have an argument. It'd be tough to calculate this argument, but hey, if you want to count the lives of people that would have been spared in Pakistan, or if we continue to let Israel and Iran shoot it out, I can give you. I guess I can give you something right there. But then again, how much lives did COVID take again? Worldwide or just in the United States? You know, which number are you talking about?
Violence in downtown Cincinnati has stunned the nation. Disturbing footage over the weekend shows a man and woman brutally attacked by a mob in the heart of the city, just blocks from the Cincinnati.
Oh, man, I hated this. Oh, Lord. This pissed me off. And it's always going to piss me off because, man, I just hate when black people act like this.
And now to Ohio, where a shocking act of street violence in downtown Cincinnati has stunned the nation.
In my own state.
Disturbing footage over the weekend shows a man and woman brutally attacked by a mob in the heart of the city, just blocks from the Cincinnati Music Festival. The Cincinnati police has now...
I believe he was an old man, too. I think the old man was like, 65 plus for sure.
launched an investigation into the incident, calling the violent display absolutely unacceptable.
The behavior displayed is nothing short of cruel and absolutely unacceptable.
Hell
Our
yeah.
investigative team is working diligently to identify every individual involved in causing harm.
And lock the guy up who was back there cheering and talking about, no, he in the wrong side of town. Yeah, lock that nigga up too, because fuck bro.
It's also important to clarify, this was a sudden dispute between individuals following a verbal altercation.
The video, which was filmed last Friday, shows a
verbal altercation turned into this man getting jumped. I mean, he couldn't have just had the one-on-one with the guy he disagreed with and they go their separate ways. It had to turn into this man getting jumped by multiple black guys and multiple black women. Like, the idiocracy. I mean, bro, it's like fucking idiots, to be quite honest with you. It don't make no damn sense. The violence, like, done was unnecessary. And like I said, I mean, sure, they could have stepped to the side and had that one-on-one, or maybe it was a group disagreement. But when all these random people just started whooping on this man just because he was down, it was absolutely pathetic. Like, wildly pathetic. Everybody in that group was a bunch of cowards.
Man in a white t-shirt being chased by two other men. He's then shoved to the ground and mercilessly punched and kicked as he lies defenseless on the pavement. Within seconds, more people, both
That's what I'm saying. There's girls going like, yo, and there is some good black people in there that was like, yo, what are you doing? There's black people also helping the man up, but majority of those people is trying to whoop that man's ass.
And then women from the crowd rush in. And one individual body slams the man while others stomp on his head and torso. And as the man struggles to get up with his face bloodied, he collapses almost immediately after
Bro,
taking
what
a few
the
steps.
fuck? This man WWE, what the? And it is a Democratic city. It is. I'm gonna be honest with you. Cincinnati, inner city, Democratic, mostly black. Fucking dumbasses. Fucking, oh my God. I can't believe these niggas, man. I'm sorry for my language, but these is niggas. If I had the monkey noise, I'd play it. Like, yep. I mean, thank God I wasn't. You know, this is kind of one of the reasons I say that, you know, I don't go out like that because I'm in an inner city. And let's be real, this shit can happen to a black person quite as easily as it can happen to a white person. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like, this is not really a racist matter. Like, they'll do this to their own. So I know people are going to try to race base on it, but trust me, this could have easily been a black man getting stomped out like this aggressively by all types of people, and they'd have kept it pushing. But I get it. I get it. This is absolutely terrible, but trust me, they do it to they fucking own. Facts, Castro. Hey, Castro, you stop snatching balls off at that point, when we grabbing nuts out here. We fighting unfair.
Now what happens next is even more terrifying. A woman.
Oh, and then there was a man who hit her. That was the worst part about it. It was a whole man. I was like, bro, what type of bitch ass nigga activity are we on right now? What are you niggas doing out there? You're a bunch of pathetic bastards for this. Like, I ain't gonna lie. All of Cincinnati, I ain't like, bro, y'all better find those niggas. I ain't gonna lie to you, because they made all y'all look like pussies. Like, straight up.
Now, what happens next is even more terrifying. A woman rushes in to check on the injured man, only to be attacked herself. She appears to try to hold one of the assailants back, but is punched in the face twice. Her head then smashes against the pavement as she falls unconscious, blood
The worst
seeping
part about
from
this,
her
they
mouth.
think they hard for this. They think they harder. They think they so tough. That's the worst part about it.
Both the identity and condition of the man and the woman remain unknown. Witnesses told local media outlets there was a verbal altercation about 15 minutes prior to the incident, with racial slurs reportedly exchanged, although it's unclear who in fact instigated the fight. Now, the crowd that attacked the pair appeared to be predominantly African American, leading to online speculation about possible racial motivation, something the police have not confirmed. The Cincinnati Fraternal Order of Police president condemned not just the attack, but also the bystanders who filmed the violence instead of calling 911.
Exactly. I'm like, bro, arrest those guys too. It's like you was damn near hyping it up. It's like, nah, they got to get some crime against them too. Because that is, I mean, honestly, it's not really criminal, to be quite honest with you, but it should be, goddammit, it should be.
One.
Violence this video shows downtown is disgusting. What's equally disgusting are those who chose to watch and record instead of calling 911, attempting to defuse the situation or render aid.
Here's the thing though, like, man, I'd have got my ass whooped in that situation. I could see it. Like, I'd have went in there and tried to help that man, and I'd have got jumped by each and every one of those dudes, and that is just how it is. Actually, some of them guys stood back because they know what was going to happen if they even try to help that old man, that them guys were going to turn on him. And he was going to be right there taking all the punches and kicks right next to that man. And here's the problem. There wasn't enough real niggas in there to stand the fuck up and do something about it. Nope, not enough. Just not enough, sadly. There was just too much bitch-ass dudes around, sadly. There's more bitch-ass dudes than real ones, apparently.
I have full faith in the Central Business Section investigators. They will make arrests in the near future. It will then be the responsibility of the court system to hold these violent thugs accountable.
Public figures even weighed in on the horrific incident, with tech billionaire Elon Musk reposting a screenshot from the video on X showing.
Bro, it was disturbing because when she was on the ground, it was like you could tell, it was like she was frozen. I thought she was dead for a second. I was scared. I was like, oh my God. Like, why? And it was a man who hit her, a man.
The unconscious woman on the ground. He commented that guy almost killed this woman, aggravated assault. His post rapidly gained traction, adding pressure on authorities to act swiftly. Meanwhile, Ohio Republican gubernatorial candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, a Cincinnati native, released a statement slamming the city's leadership.
It's sad to see this kind of heinous violence on the streets. Democrats in our state remain silent while their constituents suffer from lax on-crime policies. We're going to bring law and order back to Ohio.
So as police continue combing through social media.
Yeah, I do tell you that these are one of the problems in my state. Is like, it's the inner cities, like Columbus, where I'm at, Cincinnati, Cleveland is the worst of them, to be quite frank with you. That's like our Chicago, cold and high crime. Cold as hell with high crime. I know it's a terrible mixture, but that's just the way it is. And it's just like, yeah, these guys do need to be held accountable. These mayors, district guys, they need to be held accountable because they don't do enough and they don't care and they want to politicize. Like, God forbid there's a bunch of white dudes jumping at black men, then they'd cover it. It literally took social media to put this on the ground. Like, a lot of people weren't trying to cover this, like, which is a damn shame. Here's the thing. Alex Jones put it out before everybody else. Why was Alex Jones first?
In surveillance footage, they've asked anyone with information to contact Crime Stoppers hotline. The hunt is on and the city waits, eyes glued to the screen, for the next frame in this chilling real-life drama.
I mean, for sure. Now let's get on to something crazier. I mean, Allah Akbar, like, yeah, it's going to get into that type of shit. All right, let's go.
A disturbing mid-air incident unfolded aboard a commercial flight to Scotland. On Sunday morning, passengers on an EasyJet flight from Luton, England to Glasgow in Scotland were left shaken after a man on board began shouting violent threats. Footage from inside the cabin showed him repeatedly shouting, "Death to America and death to Trump." He could also be heard chanting Allahu Akbar, an Arabic phrase that means God is great, as crew members tried to de-escalate the situation while in flight.
Crisis agent. Not real. Take him down. But I ain't gonna lie. Take him down. No, knock him out. No, I'd have knocked him out too. You know, you gotta knock him out, pat him down, make sure you ain't got no explosive on him, because I ain't gonna lie, that's a good way to get your ass tackled and knocked out, and rightfully so.
The video, now widely shared online, also captures the moment passengers intervene, pinning the man to the floor and holding him down. Crew members were also seen climbing over seats to retrieve the man's belongings. And when asked why he wanted to bomb the plane, witnesses say he responded that he wanted to send a message to President Trump, who was at the time visiting Scotland. The aircraft touched down safely in Glasgow around 8:20 a.m. local time, and police then boarded the flight and arrested the 41-year-old suspect. And now authorities confirm that no explosives or weapons were in fact found and no passengers were injured.
We received a report of a man causing a disturbance on a flight arriving in Glasgow. Officers boarded the plane on its arrival, and a 41-year-old man was arrested and remains in custody. At this time, we believe the incident was contained and that nobody else was involved. We are aware of videos circulating online, and these are being assessed by counterterrorism officers.
The airline carrier EasyJet also shared a statement with media outlets following the incident, emphasizing that safety remains their top priority.
Crew are trained to assess all situations and act quickly and appropriately to ensure that the safety of the flight and other customers is not compromised at any time. The safety and well-being of our customers and crew is always the company's highest priority.
Now the incident comes amid President Trump's 4-day visit to
hope
Scotland,
so.
where he's been seen playing golf at his resort and meeting with European officials for trade talks. And besides, his president has also sparked demonstrations in Scotland, where he's meeting British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. And over the weekend, hundreds of anti-Trump protesters gathered outside the U.S. consulate in Edinburgh. Demonstrators were seen holding signs and chanting slogans criticizing the U.S. president. Take a look.
Sorry, but oh, wow. In Scotland. Yeah, I'll be all right.
I'm very much against everything that Trump stands for and what he's doing in America. So I want people to know that.
I mean, damn, you're for war? Damn, you're for forever war? Dang, that's crazy. I don't think you might not want to say that. I mean, you should say I'm against 90% of what Trump's for, because everything, I don't think you mean that.
Americans know that, like, we're very much pro them, their democracy, but we really want the lies, the falsehoods, the racism, the fascism to stop. So that's why we're all demonstrating today.
With security already heightened following last year's assassination attempt, authorities have been visibly guarding the president's movements and facilities, particularly around his golf course. Reports also suggest that a security team unveiled what appears to be a heavily armored golf cart, reportedly nicknamed Golf Force One, to shadow him on the course.
I mean, they better. That just makes sense. But all right, now let's get over to the far right side of media with our guy, Alex Jones.
Comey Clapper in the UK today and said Comey, Clapper, Brennan, the deep state have been in control of the Epstein files, and they have filled it with lies. Now, what did I surmise 3 weeks ago when this all broke? I said Trump sent Bondi out to find the files. Obviously, I'd said anything that made the deep state look bad, people they were blackmailing, they're going to cover it up. Good chance they've spiked it full of garbage about Trump. Why would Trump send them out to get the files if he was intending to cover it up? They weren't thinking about that. And then it's spiked full of recycled innuendo and garbage, which I predicted, which they're now doing. Trump blows up and says, let's move on, because he knows it's a tar baby. It creates a giant Streisand effect. Well, a week into it, he started to start going that direction. That's the pieces I saw. That's what I believe was happening. I wasn't trying to give Trump a way out. I was really looking at my deep research and sources and all of it. Just like I knew it was Trump doing the cover-up. Day one, I got attacked by a lot of our listeners saying, well, why are you saying he did this? Bondi's obviously saying Epstein killed himself and wasn't a human trafficker and acted alone and open and shut. And no, it was Trump. And the next day he admitted it. It's because he knows it's a setup. He knows it's the new tar baby. It's the new Russiagate. It's the new Steele dossier. It's the same people ran that. And I said, why don't you explain that? Instead of saying, oh, the Epstein thing's a hoax. People are like, well, wait, it's not a hoax that he ran blackmail rings and was Mossad.
Yeah.
And now he's been clear. No, I'm not saying he wasn't a bad guy. I'm saying this new package of stuff is BS. Well, that's okay, Trump, because we have enough from the court cases and the rest of it to know Bill Clinton and Gates and all the rest of them, as you've said. He's like, I'll give you a list, not a client list, but a list of people going to the island and all the rest of it. Yes, just release it and let them bring out the crap, because blocking it just because they say mean things about your wife and that she was a hooker that worked for Jeffrey Epstein, they already did that in 2016 and 2017, and now they're doing that again. I predicted it.
I mean, that is going too far.
And Trump has told his staff.
I mean,
I don't just
I
believe the
don't
Washington
know.
Post, the New York Times.
Okay, now I can kind of see, because I'm like, hey, nah, you're saying this about my wife. You know what they're going to do to this lady? I mean, who? I can only imagine. Yeah, that would probably, like, I'm pretty sure Trump can take insults to him, but his wife is probably going to tick him off to a whole new level that we probably ain't never seen before. I mean, us guys, you could personally attack us, but I mean, attack our mom, our wives, sisters, beloved female family members, it gets real. I mean, that's just guys across the board. I mean, even the Dems could feel that.
I confirmed this with staff that they told him, you need to go ahead and put all this out because they know what's in there. They go, this is not a big deal. And he's like, F these people. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it getting all the attention. I'll have to go through all this again. Well, guess what you are? And you made it a lot worse 3 weeks ago, telling everybody to shut up.
Hey, nah, it is funny hearing Alex Jones low-key waved the finger at Trump. Like, I told you not to do this dumb shit. I told you not to try. You should have just been open with it. But here you go, dealing with the repercussions. What I tell you is absolutely hilarious. This is why I like Alex Jones, because let's be real, he isn't just no Trump loyalist. He will sit there and on his television, watched by millions, and say, yo, Trump, you're tripping and you're wrong.
We're going to what Trump said today, finally getting articulate about it. Listen to this.
You have not been briefed on the Epstein files, or your name has not appeared in the Epstein files. But doesn't the AG have to tell you if your name is in the files?
I haven't been overly interested in it. You know, it's a hoax that's been built up way beyond proportion. I can say this, those files were run by the worst scum on earth. They were run by Comey, they were run by Garland, they were run by Biden, and all of the people that actually ran the government, including the auto pen. Those files were run for 4 years by those people. If they had anything, I assume they would have released it. The whole thing is a hoax. They ran the files. I was running against somebody that ran the files. If they had something, they would have released. Now, they can easily put something in the files that's a phony. Like, as an example, Christopher Steele, a person you know well, happens to be from your country. But Christopher Steele, as an example, wrote a book, a dossier. We call it the fake news dossier.
I mean, like I said, it's a good point that the Dems can't kind of get around is that, well, Biden had the Epstein list the whole time, or at least the administration did, his DOJ did. If there was something incriminating enough, don't you think they'd have stopped Trump? Don't you think they'd have stopped them with the whole election and make him here's the thing, they could have waited last second and completely destroyed Trump. The Republicans don't have no other candidate and it's completely screwed and just shooing for Kamala. That would have been a perfect utilization of the Epstein files if it was damning enough to bring down Trump, or it was damning enough to bring down both sides and they were just like, look, we don't even want to deal with it. Let's just wait until another time. And this is the time to where they just don't care about the repercussions. Who knows?
And the whole thing was a fake. The whole thing was a fake. They could put things in the file that are fake. But those files were run by bad, sick people. If they had anything, why didn't they use it when I was killing Joe and then he gave out because he was 25 points down? And then I got somebody new. Nobody even knew anything about her. She was a horrible vice president. She was a border czar, but she never went to the border. She never once called a border patrol agent to find out how we're doing, but she was the border czar. Her name was Kamala. Nobody knows her last name. It was Harris, but nobody knew her last name. So I ended up, how would you like to end up in a race where you're killing somebody, you're beating him, and then they say, all right, we'll take him out. He's not working. Let's put somebody else. And then she had a 6-week honeymoon. It was amazing. They predicted she will have a 6-week honeymoon, and she did. And then she got slaughtered.
Do you feel that?
But think of it. Those files were run by these people. They were run by my enemy. If there was anything in there, they would have used them for the election.
Do you feel that?
That drawing that I think I heard you say something the other day that the drawing that was the subject of the Wall Street Journal report.
I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person.
Do you think it was fraudulent?
I don't do drawings. Sometimes people say, "Would you draw a building?" And I'll draw 4 lines and a little roof, for a charity stuff. But I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings of women. That I can tell you. They say there's a drawing of a woman, and I don't do drawings of women. And also, Epstein was always a very controversial guy. I was at a very high position, pretty much all my life. In all fairness, I've been doing this for a long time. I had the top show on television.
Basically Trump said, look, man, I've been rich a long time, man. People come around, okay?
The #1 bestsellers. I had everything, right? And I was a very successful business guy.
Like you couldn't possibly understand how long I've been rich, because it's been my whole life. From 0 to 80, rich.
He was a very controversial. Who would do a controversial drawing? Now, with that being said, they say there were many letters done by many people, and many big people, big successful people. But I just don't. When you talk about files, I just keep going back, and other people too. Even the enemy says this thing is not correct, because if we had it, we would have used it on the guy. It's a bad issue. They say it's a good issue for Trump. Do you know that my poll numbers are up 4.5 points?
No, Trump, trust me, they don't address that argument. Actually, they don't address the argument of, well, why didn't we just use it when we had him under Biden? Actually, I don't even know why they don't look at the older Democrats and go, yo, Nancy, why do we use an Epstein list? Or go up to Biden's DOJ and was like, now you had this. Why didn't you use it on Trump? If we're all so sure that he's on this Epstein list, like, what's going on here, guys? Why are we over here waiting until Trump's in office and now trying to release the Epstein list? Like, isn't this a bit late to where this man has all the power over it now? Like, don't you think we're a bit late when we had all the power last year?
Since this ridiculous Epstein stuff, my poll numbers have gone up 4.5 points because people don't buy it. Okay, people don't buy it. And he's gone, and we want to focus on trade deals. I want to focus on the deal we just made with the European Union, which is the biggest trade deal in history. It's the biggest deal, I think, in history, not just trade deal. So if they would have had something, they would have used it.
People keep running stories at the time you threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. Can you settle that? What was it about? What caused the breach with him?
That's such old history. Very easy to explain, but I don't want to waste your time by explaining it. But for years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein. I wouldn't talk because he did something that was inappropriate. He hired help. And I said, don't ever do that again. He stole people that worked for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again. And I threw him out of the place, persona non grata. I threw him out, and that was it.
Well, now, if I was a reporter, I'd be like, now, were these workers young women? And how young were these women? I know, just as a journalist or, somebody's asking questions, I'd be pretty curious. I'd have to grill Trump on that note. Like, whoa, G. Yeah. So what type of women were you trying to recruit? Were they over 18? Were they just 17 working in your hotel? And Epstein was trying to do an Epstein? Like, what's going on?
I'm glad I did, if you want to know the truth.
Mr. President, I ain't gonna lie, he needs to clear that up a little better.
And by the way, I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. I never went to the island, but Larry Summers, I hear, went there. He was the head of Harvard, and many other people that are very big people. Nobody ever talks about them. I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go to his island. Yeah.
Mr. President, on Gaza, next time you speak to
All right, all of that is true except this. He says he does not draw pictures of women. He sent me this letter because I said he did. Total proof. Yeah. Just like the Wall Street Journal says. Dear Alex Jones, just like they had to type one. You were tremendous in bed last night, and may every day be another wonderful secret, your pal. And there it is, the signature. And there's the woman. So Total proof Trump is lying. He sent me this letter after we had unbelievable days and nights together. Let me just tell you, he's amazing. Here's another one he sent me.
Bro.
Alex, my love.
Alex,
thank you
pause,
for
bro. Pause.
incredible time last night.
Like, pause, man. Hold up.
And a hand-drawn deal from Trump. I said so. It's true. Comey, Brendan Clapper say so. So there you go. He's got a lot of explaining to do. Well, it's now official. President Trump came out in the UK today and said Comey, Clapper, Brennan, the deep state have been in control of the Epstein files, and they have filled it with lies. Now, what did I surmise 3 weeks ago when this all broke? I said Trump sent Bondi out to find the files. Obviously, I'd said anything that made the deep state look bad, people they were blackmailing, they're going to cover it up. Good chance they've spiked it full of garbage about Trump. Why would Trump send them out to get the files if he was intending to cover it up? They weren't thinking about that. And then it's spiked full of recycled innuendo and garbage, which I predicted, which they're now doing. Trump blows up and says, let's move on. Because he knows it's a tar baby. It creates a giant Streisand effect. Well, a week into it, he started to start going that direction. That's the pieces I saw. That's what I believe was happening. I wasn't trying to give Trump a way out. I was really looking at my deep research and sources and all of it. Just like I knew it was Trump doing the cover-up. Day one, I got attacked by a lot of our listeners saying, well, why are you saying he did this? Bondi's obviously saying Epstein killed himself and wasn't a human trafficker and acted alone and open and shut. And no, it was Trump. And the next day he admitted it. It's because he knows it's a setup. He knows it's the new tar baby. It's the new Russiagate. It's the new Steele dossier. It's the same people ran that. And I said, why don't you explain that? Instead of saying, oh, the Epstein thing's a hoax. People are like, oh, wait, it's not a hoax that he ran blackmail rings and was Mossad. And now he's been clear. No, I'm not saying he wasn't a bad guy. I'm saying this new package of stuff is BS. Well, that's okay, Trump. Because we have enough from the court cases and the rest of it to know Bill Clinton and Gates and all the rest of them, as you've said. He's like, I'll give you a list. Not a client list, but a list of people going to the island and all the rest of it. Yes, just release it and let them bring out the crap. Because blocking it just because they say mean things about your wife and that she was a hooker that worked for Jeffrey Epstein, they already did that in 2016 and 2017. And now they're doing that again.
Correct.
I predicted it. And Trump has told his staff, and I don't just believe the Washington Post and the New York Times, I confirmed this with staff, that they told him you need to go ahead and put all this out because they know what's in there. They go, this is not a big deal. And he's like, F these people. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it getting all the attention. I'll have to go through all this again. Well, guess what you are? And you made it a lot worse 3 weeks ago, telling everybody to shut up. So there's nothing substantive there, just like I believed, and now we know. Sorry for Melania. Sorry you got to hear about the fake Jane Does again that have all been, weren't even real women. It was just made up by law firms. I get it, Trump. Nothing like you've gone through, but
it's going to suck, but you are going to have to, prove your innocence on every BS story. No matter, I know it's going to suck, but yep, you got to go through the process. It is what it is.
I've had international detective agencies, intelligence agencies from Dubai and the UK, and we reported your asses, the FBI, and recorded your asses, hired by these law firms attacking me to try to pay off staff to tell them that I sexually assault women.
Yo.
Newsflash, I don't need to assault women, okay? And newsflash, I'm not into hurting anybody, okay? So, but again, I've never even been rough with women. I mean, I've had a few girlfriends who are like, slap me around, choke me, and I'm like, no, not doing that.
Yeah,
so, no, I'm not into sadism, sadomasochism. I don't like pain. I'll endure it if I have to, but I mean, I'm totally innocent of anything, and they have been canvassing the country to find some woman to say I did something to them. And, you know, I've had old girlfriends in between marriages call and say, oh, they offered me money, sweetheart. But I just told them how wonderful you are. And then all these other women that I've just met, they find a photo from some party and they call them and offer them money. So I know what Trump has gone through. And I know I'm sick of it too. Again, I use this example because there's thousands of them, but remember, New York.
I mean, yeah, it does suck when they try to go to hit up every girl you'd never had contact with and try to find one that hates you enough that, you know, feels disgruntled enough just to be like, yeah, I'll go on story that this guy's a rapist, essayer, misogynist, whatever to bring this man down. You know, if they find enough, and I mean, hopefully you ain't been doing all that, but if they go through all your exes, they might find one.
Times there was a fish tank. Never been a fish tank in this office.
In that case, though, I'm safe then.
I was mad at an employee for not doing work. I grabbed the goldfish and ate it. That's Wolf of Wall Street, folks. So, but they make up stuff because it's like, oh, come on. The New York Times didn't make up. They wouldn't make up that he killed the employee's fish or ate it, which just killed it. I mean, I like seafood. It's got to be totally fresh at the ocean, usually is the best. I would, A, never kill an employee's fish. There's never been a fish tank, but B, a slimy goldfish, I couldn't even get it down. Ooh, it's the thought. Ooh, just the smell of a fish tank. But it doesn't matter, you see. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Women are throwing themselves at Trump.
You don't want to admit that part.
They just make up he's running around raping them everywhere. And I mean, you know, since I lost a lot of weight, I guess it's back to my younger days. I'm not gonna literally just like with a stick. But it doesn't matter because if they ever find some woman to make it up, it'll be all over the news. I'm a rapist. And then if I say I'm innocent, they won't get me on criminal charges because we no evidence, but they'll sue me and get $88 million like Trump because I said I'm innocent and I'm not allowed to say I'm innocent. So I am not going to throw Trump out with the bathwater. Yep, actual footage of me eating a fish. Look, there's the proof. I mean, they can't even come up with something original. That's what they did.
I mean, it is a bit childish.
And the same article, that was another one. He ran into the break room and ran up to the black reporter and grabbed her by the butt and said, I want to marry you. I want to marry a black woman. What?
Well,
what? I mean, I've seen a lot of attractive black women, but I wouldn't say she was particularly attractive. But the point was, whether she was an attractive white woman or black woman, who she was, I'm not running around in the office, running up behind female employees and grabbing their butts and saying I want to marry them. I mean, 100% not true. But it's so ridiculous. People just have to kind of believe it. Like, well, certainly the New York Times or the Daily Mail or
that's not a good salacious enough story, though. Donald Trump loved black women. Yeah, I don't think that one's gonna go hit as hard as just Donald Trump just, you know, messing with girls.
Wall Street Journal would not say that Jones did something so ridiculous. They would make that up. You bet they did 100%. Remember the Wall Street Journal? Jones stood on top of a car on J6 like a coward, demanding the crowd attack the building and assault police, but he was out of range of tear gas.
And shout out to my man, Dr. Luke the Goat. Hey, what's good, Luke? He said, resorting to third grade level arguments is not beyond the deep state. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, well, the worst part about it is they think we're stupid enough to resort to it, and they think we're stupid enough to fall for it. I mean, it's a bad, let's say this, it's a bad position. And so it's a bad position that the deep state's in right now. And they're kind of wondering, you know, I don't even think this is really much of a deep state operation. Like, sure, maybe the Epstein files may be tampered with, but I do think it is Trump being overly critical. Like, just release them. And a lot of people are going to be implicated and let them figure that out. That's what needs to be done. And I believe that's what Trump is going for. And I mean, I don't think he needs to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell for that. I doubt he will, because I think even Trump's smart enough to realize how bad that's going to look. I mean, come on now.
And I had my lawyers call him that day and say, we are going to sue your ass. Here's the video of me
Like, come on now. Trump's a smart guy. Well, how about this? Dems. Come on now. Really? You really think Trump's going to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell? Like, how bad? Look how bad that would be. Even for telling the truth? No. She's already got a sweetheart deal in prison. 20 years for trafficking 5 girls? Yeah, no. She's already getting a sweetheart deal. She's doing well.
Saying don't go in the building, and they retracted. But, oh yeah, that same article says, we're at a shooting range, and I just shoot a gun. I just shoot a gun at the employees.
I'm done.
I mean, it's like, so here's what I'm saying.
Banger moment, then, I guess.
That wasn't planned. I just said shoot a gun at employees. The crew pulled it up like instantly. That was lucky. Wow. So just like they said when they tried to put Kyle Seraphin for whistleblowing in prison, they said Kyle Seraphin, once at the FBI shooting range, fired at an agent's head. You'd be tackled in 3 seconds and you'd be in prison for that. Nothing happened. It's a lie. But that's what they do. And they do it over and over and over again. Remember all the headlines.
And all right, guys, we're following up on time. All right, guys, I'm going to head out on this one. Guys, make sure you guys double tap the screen and like the video. And make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit that bell. Don't worry, guys. We do this every night. Well, every morning. But all right, guys, it's S.E.T with S.E.T Media. Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except 2 problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, VIST AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with VIST AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to VIST AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, VIST AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at VIST AI, guys. Hey, this is S.E.T and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.